on that so you can see it. As soon as you see speak now, your mic is hot.
Okay.
Try to wait until you see that because any,
Let's turn that off.
no.
Oh, we have control of our stuff right here.
All right, folks, welcome to the Norman Transcript City Council debate. We've got the upcoming City Council elections next week, but before that, we want you to have a chance to hear from your candidates for your ward. My name's Emma Keith. I'm the Transcript's Education and COVID-19 reporter.
My name is Reese Gorman. I cover local politics, elections, and more issues for the Norman Transcript.
And we'll be your moderators tonight. We've also got reporters Jesse Crittenden and Mindy Reagan-Wood in the crowd. They're going to be covering tonight's debate, so you can read a wrap-up on normantranscript.com or in our paper tomorrow. First, before we get started tonight, we're going to go over a few rules. Our candidates have received them from us, but just so everyone at home knows.
So, first thing is the mask will be worn at all times to help mitigate the spread of COVID-19. There will be no phones allowed on the dais. Do not talk over each other. Your mic will be muted at the end of your minute, but do not talk while your opponents are talking. Also, please refrain from doing personal attacks on the other candidate. We will immediately mute you for the duration of the question if you do personally attack your opponent. We'll give you one warning, but you are allowed to disagree with people, but no name calling or insults, etc.
All candidates will be able to have a 1-minute opening statement. Reese and I will ask questions. Each candidate will have 1 minute to respond to the question. After that, everyone will have a 30-second rebuttal. We will spend 45 minutes on each ward. We'll be going through all 5 wards, and we'll have 5-minute intermissions between each ward. Right now, we don't have any audience here, but if we do have other candidates and their guests start to trickle in, we do ask that everyone keeps remarks and comments to a minimum so that things can stay as quiet as possible in here, and that all of our candidates and future candidates really project so people at home can hear you. We have a list of questions tonight that's mostly generated by our reporters and folks in our newsroom, but we also have some questions from your future constituents. So without further ado, we will get started with Ward 1. We've got Brandy Studley and Chris Lewis joining us tonight. Thank you guys both for being here. We really appreciate it. We'll get started with a question from Reese.
So we're going to give each of you 1 minute to do an opening statement. So we will start with the opening statement. Brandy, you can go first. So 1 minute for your opening statement.
My name's Brandy Studley, and I am excited to be running for Ward 1 council person. I've lived in Ward 1 pretty much my whole life, grew up over here, went to school at Eisenhower, Irving, Central, Norman High, go Tigers. I really just love Norman. I love the diversity of Norman and just the culture that I've grown up in here, and I'm proud to be the little blue dot in the sea of red of our state because we are just a very diverse community. I do really care about our city and what's going on in our city. I care about those that don't have a voice, and that's really what I want to represent, is those in our community that don't have a voice. My focus is going to be on transportation to help really build transportation up in Ward 1. There's a lot of people that can't get where they need to go without having to walk a mile first. I also want to focus on mental health issues.
Thank you so much, Reese. And Anna, I believe you said your name? Emma, I apologize. I didn't hear that. The masks are causing some issues. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Norman Transcript for hosting this event. I'm Chris Lewis. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be able to run for Norman City Council and to help the city. It's always been my philosophy to give back more to the world than people take from it or that it gives you. And it's a pleasure to be on the dais with Brenda, who has been an amazing city clerk for a numerous number of years. And I look forward to answering any questions and having a great debate. Brandy and I have had a wonderful, above-board, very cordial campaign. I look forward to that continuing throughout next Tuesday.
Thank you, Chris. We will get started with our first question. We'll go to Brandy. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issues in your ward, and how will you pay for it?
So one of the specific plans that I had mentioned is transportation. That is something that is a huge issue, especially now that we have a food desert over there. Obviously, as a council person, you really can't specifically make another grocery store go into that space. But we can help with people that do need to be able to get transportation to and from the stores, which are over a mile away in some cases for people to walk. For example, in the back of Oakhurst, there's an apartment complex called Turnberry, and there's no bus stop back there. So it's literally a mile to either get to the bus stop or a mile to get to the grocery store. So just really working and focusing, partnering with Stephen Tyler Holman on his transportation initiative and see what we can do about that in Ward 1.
Thank you, Brandy.
Chris, now to you. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issues in your ward, and how will you pay for it?
So I appreciate that, Reese. The specific issue in my ward, as it affects all of Norman, Oklahoma, is fiscal responsibility. When we look at this consolidated budget for the Norman, and we find that in FY20 it's $124 million in the hole, and projected FY21 approximately $56 million in the hole, we've got to come back to fiscal responsibility. And while that is an issue citywide, that's how do we plan on paying for that? It means tightening the purse strings and not doing wants. We need to start taking care of needs. And the infrastructure of the city of Norman, I believe that's the primary responsibility of any council member.
Definitely. Thank you. Now we'll allow you, Brandy, you can go first with a 30-second rebuttal to anything you'd like to say, and then Chris, you would be next after this for the rebuttal.
I don't really have a rebuttal to that. I mean, I do agree with Chris. We've talked about this on other debates, that we both agree that the city does need to really look into its budgets and look at needs versus wants when we're spending.
Chris?
I would concur with my opponent, Brandy, in regards to transportation. Public transportation is vital in this city, and how we get people moved from point A to point B is something that really needs to be looked at and studied hard in regards to not only Norman's transportation plan, but the overall regional transportation plan that is encompassing many cities, Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman, and many others.
Thank you both. Our next question, you both have kind of touched on this already, but when the council begins its budgeting process, what budget areas are your biggest priorities for your ward? Oh, we can start with Chris. I'm so sorry.
What budget areas would I give priority to?
Are your biggest priorities for your ward?
That's one of the main priorities, is returning the police budget back to what it was prior to the $865,000 withdrawal of funds, as well as returning the over $300,000 to forfeiture and seizure, which rightfully stays within the department under state statute. So that would be primary and part of bringing the fiscal responsibility of the city back in line. That's if it requires cutting budget in order to meet the needs, and our expenditures certainly outweigh our revenues at this point, then we would have to look at specific items And without having that in front of me at the moment, actually, I do have the budget in front of me, but without having specifics, then that would be something that a consolidated census of the current council would have to agree upon. So it's not just me, saying this is the way it's going to be. That's a dictatorship. This is a democracy and everyone working together to figure out how we come within our budget.
Brandy, same question about your biggest budget priorities for Ward 1.
So I think something that I really would like to dig into is looking to see how our tax dollars have been spent in our infrastructure for Ward 1. I'd really like to dig in to see if it's been equally spent across the different wards. Obviously, I know that there has been quite a bit of buildup or road widening on 24th between Robinson and Highway 9. But if you really look at areas such as 12th and Alameda and 12th and Lindsay in the Ward 1 section of those areas, it's really worn down. The buildings themselves, the road areas, the sidewalks, all of that just really needs to have an uplift, a facelift basically. So, and you can look right across the street in Ward 4 and everything looks nice, or Ward 7, everything looks nice. So I just really want to look to see how we've spent our money over there and look at trying to give us a better look to entice more businesses to come to our area.
Thank you both. Again, you each have 30 seconds for rebuttal if you wish. We can start with you, Chris.
I appreciate that, Emma. One of the things that allows for the revitalization and the renewal of those types of things like the sidewalks and the buildings is bringing business back to Ward 1 and many other areas of the city, since we are generating sales tax revenue that the city runs on. One of the things that comes through is when a business puts through a PUD or a planned unit development or revitalization, one of the things the city does require is to have every part of infrastructure brought up to code. Sidewalks will be included in that, parking spaces, those types of things. So bringing business back to Norman where it rightfully should be.
No,
Thank you, Chris. Brandy?
Part of the revitalization for a city, you have me on 60 seconds, is that what TIFs were originally built for was to help revitalize parts of the city that are run down and that need to be revitalized. And so I think that setting up a small TIF for that area to rebuild it, if we don't have the tax money, is something that we really need to look at also.
definitely. Okay, next question. We'll start. Yes. Thank you. All right, next one, we'll start with Brandy. What are your feelings on how the current council has spent the last round of CARES Act funds, and what are your priorities for the next round of funding?
It's a great question. I feel like they, nothing malicious was done, but I feel like the way that they spent it could have been geared more towards small businesses and families to really help alleviate the strain of COVID. I think that investing it in things like tourism was probably a poor choice, given that we're in the middle of a pandemic. That's just my personal opinion and many that I've heard from around the city as well. I do appreciate the fact that we needed a senior center and that we've been promising it, but to use money for a senior center that should have been used for, like I said, small business relief, family relief, bill pay, mortgage, rent, things like that. So I think that that's what we really need to focus on that second round, including any medical expenses that are coming.
Definitely. Chris, same question to you. What are your feelings about how the current council spent CARES Act funding, and what are your priorities for the next round of CARES Act funding that is coming?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. I think the first round of COVID funding was absolutely misused, and I will clarify that specifically. In the COVID guidelines, it specifically says that COVID monies cannot be used for budgeted items. This council chose to replace some police overtime, which is a budgeted item, with COVID funds, and then take those funds and move them to pet projects, to their wants that they personally have. I think that is an absolute violation, specifically the way it reads, of how COVID monies are to be spent. How would I invest? Likewise with my opponent, I would invest new COVID monies where they're intended to be, and that is more testing, vaccinations, businesses, keeping businesses open and vital to this city, because this city runs on sales tax revenue. period. And that is where we've got to reinvest, as well as, keeping people's food in their mouth, keeping them well, keeping rents paid, and those types of things.
Once again, y'all get 30-second rebuttal if you wish. Brandy, we'll start with you.
It's not really a rebuttal, just
yeah.
an addition. I do think that we did spend, I'm not sure if the current council combined the senior center and the homeless facility together with the COVID money, but I definitely think that due to the increase in the homeless population that we're seeing, we should definitely spend some additional money on a homeless center for our community.
Definitely. Chris?
And to that, I would just add, I would think that additional monies also need to be allocated for small businesses in their loans and their grants in order to keep them open, because we have many businesses that are on the verge of closing. Again, sales tax revenue is what keeps the city running, and business is vital to this community.
Definitely. Thank you.
Both. We have a question actually from a Ward 1 voter, David Atkins. He asks, putting your campaign intentions or promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member, and what powers will be granted to you by the charter? Chris, we'll start with you on this question.
Certainly, that's the primary role. One of the things that we need to know first is, if you're going to campaign for this position, is read the job description. I believe it's in, if I'm recalling correctly, Article 2, Section 1, and that is the role of a council member is legislative. And in regards to that legislative, it goes even further and says initiatives is not part of our responsibility. We are to legislate as a council. The city manager is the responsibility of managing the city as a whole. So if you think of our city as a corporation, because it is incorporated as a corporation, the council is the board of directors. The city manager certainly is the chief executive officer. And then we as citizens, as a citizenry, basically are the stakeholders in this whole project. And working together, we get something done.
Definitely.
Thank you. Brandy, same question for you. Putting your campaign intentions aside, what's your primary role as a council member, and what powers are granted to you by the charter?
So agreeing with what Chris said, I definitely feel like you need to listen to your constituents, not only in our ward and what our needs are of our ward, but also the needs of our city. And that's listening to everyone in the city and what everyone's needs and wants are right now. But we also need to be fiscally responsible. We definitely need to, I'm kind of excited and curious about this audit that's supposed to happen to really see what's going on there. I'd personally like to dig into the budget and look at what our needs versus wants, and just really trying to tighten that and decide what's going to best help our city in the long run to continue to grow and thrive. Because at the end of the day, like Chris said, this is a business that we have to run as such, and we have to continue to make money.
Thank you, Brandy. We have 30 seconds for a follow-up from both of you. Chris, we'll start with you.
As Ms. Studley said, being a independent and a centrist, bringing this country back together, this city back together, is vitally important. And that means including everyone from conservative to liberal, and get everyone talking so this city can get moving in the right direction together. I'll say it over again. We, as citizens of Norman, Oklahomans, and Americans, have more in common than what divides us, and I strongly believe that.
Thank you, Chris. Brandy?
I don't have any rebuttal.
All right.
All right, next question. We'll start with Brandy. How will you work to support transportation initiatives and development within your ward?
Well, I've already touched on that. I know that Stephen Tyler Holman is doing a lot of great work with that, so I've kind of been picking his brain already. And he is looking into some ADA requirements and making it more accessible for people with disabilities. But we're also looking at the budgetary constraints that we have right now and what we're able to do as far as adding additional routes, as well as looking at the way that we're currently dropping people off, basically. So instead of just the loop system, having like additional stops and things like that. So we don't end up with a lot of empty bus routes, as people have been posting on social media. So I think it's just really looking at the budget. We also have some additional federal funding that they put into place, I believe last month, that will allow us to continue to fund that with the federal dollars.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
To support transportation initiatives and development within your ward.
transportation is in its infancy here in our city. And as we grow, I believe it's going to evolve even more. We can't have everything overnight since we assume transportation from the University of Oklahoma. When an average bus costs about $150 to $200 per hour to operate, and we're operating approximately 5 routes, approximately 12 hours today, we're looking at between $2 and $6 million per year to operate our transportation. Is it, as a fiscal conservative, is there a better way to manage that? I believe so. So I believe further study into what are the best ways to manage our transportation plan moving forward are vital, and that is in collaboration, again, with our sister cities so that we're not just going it alone. And of course, utilizing what federal funds are available, that absolutely is a must in any transportation, as only New York City comes, I believe, 75 cents on the dollar. No public transportation makes a profit or breaks even.
And once again, you'll have 30 seconds for any follow-ups that y'all would like to do. Brandy, we can start with you. You good?
I don't have any.
Chris? Okay, we'll go on to the next question.
How will you work on the council with people that you've politically opposed in the past, and how do you plan to keep partisan views off the dais?
I believe working with people in general is vital to just human life. How you do that on a council and stay within the guidelines of an Open Meeting Records Act is even a little bit trickier. But just because I have a different opinion than my colleague on the city council doesn't mean I can't work with them. And so I believe when you meet someone where they're at, you find common ground, and then you share the ideas that you have on each side. That's called working together, and that's what we as Americans do. We work together to move forward. So partisanship to me, especially here in the city, and again, being a registered independent for over a decade, it really doesn't ring true, because when you truly see people where they're at and meet them there, you move forward together, hand in hand, lockstep.
Brandy, same question for you. How will you work with people that you've politically opposed in the past, and how do you plan to keep partisan views off the dais?
So I believe that everybody has something to bring to the table. We all have different background and experiences and different viewpoints, and it's really important that we listen to each other to try to understand one another, to try to find common ground. That's not just with people on the dais, but also with our constituents, the people in our city. We have to really listen to what everyone is saying across the board and try to find some type of middle ground that will work best for everyone. And so that's it. The key is just listening and being willing to compromise.
Thank you both. You have 30 seconds for a follow-up if you wish. All right.
All right, next question. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies? Brandy, we'll start with you.
So as much as I do appreciate the level of transparency that they have adopted here in Norman, I definitely think that there could be additional transparency. I know with, for example, over the summer, whenever the KKK post was made with the masks, in reference to wearing masks, there was a lot of people that were concerned about, well, what happened to this guy? And those kinds of things, in my opinion, should be made transparent to the public, because those are the kinds of things that ultimately affect our police department. And if we're sweeping those kinds of things under the rug and allowing those kinds of behavior to fester, then it just will continue to not have any accountability and mistrust in the community. So I just think being more open and honest with what's going on in the background would build more trust in the community.
Chris, same question goes to you. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies?
First and foremost, I would refund our police department, because they are what stand between us and lawlessness. In order to get businesses back into the city of Norman, no business is going to come here if they don't know that their assets are protected. If I have a break-in in my home, I'm certainly not going to call Ghostbusters. I'm going to call the Norman Police Department, and the fine women and men of the police department are going to show up, and they're going to protect myself and my family with their own life. It's an atrocity when this city has put so many oversights in place that the men and women that are protecting all of us have outdated Kevlar vests, outdated equipment to protect you and I. That is absolutely inexcusable, and that is first and foremost what I will tackle as a council member, is to reinstate our police department back to the state in which it was, where they can protect all of us, and that is first and foremost on my mind.
All right, 30 seconds to either one of y'all. If y'all have any follow-up rebuttals. Brandy, we can start with you.
Yeah, so I think that nobody thinks they're going to call Ghostbusters. I feel that people misunderstand what defunding means, and what we were talking about is moving money to other departments that will allow for 911 to dispatch a crisis unit versus an armed police officer. So when you call 911, that call is rerouted to another department, not Ghostbusters. So I hope that people understand and maybe do a little bit of research of what defunding means.
Chris, back to you.
In mental illness for, gosh, probably well over 30 years. And in many times when someone is having a decompensation in schizophrenia or bipolar, you do need the police department, and they are trained in MANT training and how to handle crisis situations. Certainly, mental crisis intervention is a must, but in some cases that's putting the therapist in harm's way when even the police are being put in harm's way, but they're trained to do that.
Thank you both. One final question for you guys. What is your approach to public health in a pandemic? Chris, we'll start with you.
So again, as I stated, and having over 30 years plus in mental health and the healthcare field, I strongly encourage everyone to follow the CDC guidelines. The Center for Disease Control is the agency that's put in place when it's not squelched to keep us all safe from diseases throughout the country. And masking is one of those. There's ongoing studies as we are speaking to find out the efficacy of mask and whether that's double masking. Certainly, my point has always been, if you're protecting yourself, you're protecting everyone else. And I'd encourage that when the vaccines come out and are available to everyone, right now we're in phase 1, I encourage everyone to get vaccines, and that way we can all beat this together, moving lockstep, hand in hand, moving forward.
Thank you, Chris. Brandy, same question. What's your approach to public health in a pandemic?
So I think that we should always listen to science whenever we're dealing with public health in a pandemic. And I really appreciate that our mayor really pushed for the mask mandate and keeping our city closed even when our governor said that it was okay to open. I think that that has really helped, especially given that we're in a college town and we've all seen the parties and stuff going on campus. I really wish that we had someone to actually enforce the mask mandate. Maybe it would have prevented that a little bit, but I definitely think that we need to make sure that we're wearing masks, that we're getting vaccinated, that we're socially distancing, and I believe that our businesses should be enforcing that as well to their customers.
30 seconds for a follow-up from either of you. Chris?
Yes, please. That's mandating a mask mandate takes away some liberties from some individuals. As I stated before, I believe that when you're protecting yourself, that is your individual right and responsibility, you're protecting those around you. Just because I walk into a building such as this and someone else is not masked, I'm protecting myself, and in turn I know that I'm protecting those around me, and that's my responsibility. I can't force someone else to do something that maybe they're uncomfortable with because of something that's happened in their past to put a mask on and be claustrophobic.
Brandy?
You can force someone to wear a seatbelt in a car. You can force someone to wear a shirt before they come into your building. You can require someone to wear a mask for public health and safety. So respectfully, I disagree with what you're saying.
All right. Now we're going to give y'all each 1 minute for a closing statement. Brandy, we will start with you. 1 minute closing statement.
So I just want to appreciate everyone's support that they have given me, and really just everyone coming together as a community and helping to help the community with public issues going on with homelessness and things like that. So, but I do want to take this moment really quick to just say I really appreciate you, Chris, for running a clean campaign with me, and I feel like neither one of us have really been mudslingers in this. I feel like we've both been pretty respectful, and I want to just thank you for that. And I have seen some of the stuff that's come out in the mail and things like that, and I don't agree with that kind of behavior at all. And so just thank you for making this a clean and painless campaign running against you.
All right. Chris, to you, 1 minute.
And I would so strongly concur with my opponent. It's been a pleasure to run a campaign with Ms. Studley where we have been very honest and open with each other while we may disagree. There's been some out there on both sides that have chose to take the or the lesser road, if you will, the lower road, which really it's unfortunate. And I think Ms. Studley would agree with me that it is so important that we respect each other and everyone in this community. That's, in wrapping up, I would just ask for those individuals that strongly believe in fiscal responsibility and to refund our police department in public safety and keeping our families safe. Chris Lewis on February the 9th. I certainly appreciate your vote and will do everything I can when elected to work every day to make sure that Norman is a better place.
I think that's it. Thank both of y'all so much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you both so much for your time. Again, this has been Chris Lewis and Brandy Studley for Ward 1. We'll get started on Ward 2 here in about 15 or 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Best of luck to both of you.
Speak now? Yeah, I got it.
Countdown, they're gonna give you like a minute. They will also
Oh,
give you like
okay.
a 30-second rebuttal.
Ready to go?
Ready right now?
Welcome to our Ward 2 candidates. We've got Matt McGarry, Jay Wendorf, and John Argo joining us for Ward 2. We are going to briefly go over our rules for tonight again, just because we know new folks might be joining us online. So each candidate is going to get a 1-minute opening statement to begin. Reese and I will be asking questions. Each of you will have 1 minute to answer, and then 30 seconds for a follow-up. We will keep this about 45 minutes. It may go a little bit shorter, and then we'll have an intermission between this and Ward 3.
Just something of note for everyone watching at home, Edward McGuire recently dropped out of the race, but he will still be on the ballot. But these are the only 3 candidates that are currently running for Ward 2. So with that being said, we will now start with each candidate getting a 1-minute opening statement. Matt, we will start with you.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be here today with John and Jay. Thank you to the Transcript for hosting this event. I wish to serve Ward 2 in Norman and City Council because I want to give back to a community that has given me and my family so much. Norman already is a fabulous community, but it can be much more, I believe. Norman can be a town like no other in Oklahoma. The Norman I envision is an inclusive, diverse, dynamic, imaginative, and endlessly creative community, one limited not by the burdens of its past, but unleashed by the visions and dreams of its unique and special citizenry. The Norman I want to work for is a local, organic one spurred forward by homegrown businesses, co-ops, supported by a nimble, responsive, progressive city government, and supported by municipal projects that improve the lives, not of some, but all of its people. This is the Norman I want to help realize. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Jay, now to you, 1-minute opening statement.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, thank you to the Transcript for inviting us and including us in this. And I just want to say that this is my hometown. Norman is the best city in the state. I love it. I've got family here. I've got 4 kids going to school here in our fantastic public school system. I'm running because I believe that a healthy city and a healthy government can provide support to small business and new business partners, to the police department, and our minority communities. We can be inclusive and diverse and work to make everybody feel included and let all voices be heard.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
John, now go to you, 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you for the Transcript for having us here in this debate. And my family came here in 1935 and lived just right across the street when I started coming to Norman. And my parents chose to raise their family in Norman, and I chose to raise my family with my wife. We said this is where we want to be. And so I'm proud of Norman, always have and always will be. And I want to give back and try to make it something even better. And I've been in the metalworking business for the last 50 years here in Norman, treating everybody equally and fairly. And I think that's the way we just need to treat everybody, equally and fairly. And it's worked for me, and I've developed a lot of nice contacts and nice friends that I think can be helpful to making this a better place to live.
Thank you, John. We'll now go to our first question. Jay, we will start with you. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? You'll have 1 minute.
The biggest issue in my ward. Well, as I've been knocking on doors, hundreds of doors thus far in Ward 2, the biggest issue for me is the division that is across our city. You know, people are concerned about how partisan things are and how angry people are with each other. This is not something you set a budget for, but to me that's the biggest problem. And we need to have a council and have people on here that are ready to listen to each other and communicate and yeah.
Thank you. John, same question to you. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? You have 1 minute.
The biggest issue to me is the businesses getting back on their feet, and because you got to have business. We chose to live in Ward 2 because it's close to schools and business, and so we need to get it back to where people can enjoy that, and the businesses can get back on their feet. But the Division 2 is, like Jay said, is really hurting everybody, and I want to try to be the person that brings everybody together and said, you know, we need to support all our businesses. You know, you don't look at a business as somebody that's political. You just start doing it and you just help them out the best you can, and let's go from there.
Definitely. Thank you, John. Matt, to you. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? You have 1 minute.
I think the biggest issue that we're facing in our ward is infrastructure. I think we have a severe issue with stormwater. We also have a severe problem with our power grid in Ward 2. Everybody in Ward 2 loses power once or twice a year at a minimum. I lost it 4 times this past year. How do we pay it? I think we pay for it through reinvestment, i.e. a TIF, to help us rebuild our infrastructure and also to better serve our businesses along the Lindsay corridor, which is the gateway to our great city.
Matt, thank you. Now, each of y'all will get a 30-second follow-up to either rebut anything that you'd like to say or just kind of continue on what you were trying to say in that 1 minute. So, Jay, we'll start with you with 30 seconds.
Right. It's true that, you know, Lindsay Street is the gateway to the university, and it was killed by construction on the bridge and the building of the street, even though that did increase traffic flow. You know, I think that we definitely need to look at all ideas to help Lindsay Street be a jewel in the city of Norman, much like Campus Corner is and much like downtown is. You know, whether it's a TIF or...
Sorry, 30 seconds up. You're good. John, 30 seconds to you. Follow up on anything.
Ward 2 has 4 exits off of I-35 into Norman. Norman only has 7 exits total, so we're what Norman people see of Norman. So I want to make it something people are proud of when they visit here and students come to school here and stuff like that. But I think as far as, and to Matt, I didn't lose power because mine's buried over here in Ward 2. So, you know, that's one of the things we might think about. But knock on wood, I don't want to jinx myself either. So, but it's something we need to think about.
Matt, 30 seconds.
Well, John brings up a really good point. All people in Ward 2 need to have their lines buried, and it's not a choice between having or not having our tree canopy. This is something that we can do. In terms of the gateway to Norman, I think one way that we can do that is by creating a thoroughfare that better services the businesses along the Lindsay corridor.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, next question. We'll start with John on this one. When the council begins its budgeting process, what budget areas will be your biggest priorities for your ward?
As far as the starting out, I think, like you say, if we can get the infrastructure back, because I think you got to have this power lines that people are doing, that the trees, you know, I've been dealing with this since July, the trees blowing down. You know, and then all of a sudden the ice storm came. So I've had a lot of that. But I think budgeting the infrastructure, and I'd like to see something done with the school problem that we've got with the traffic around the middle schools, because it's a danger over there around the schools that we have right there in Ward 2. And I'd do anything I could to help the businesses, because if they fold up or go, we're in trouble. And, I love what we have in Ward 2. We've got so many good businesses, and I don't want to see them end.
Thank you, John. Matt, we'll go to you next. Same question. When the council begins the budgeting process, what budget areas are your biggest priorities for your ward?
Infrastructure, but I also believe community development. And I think we need to figure out a way to kind of link Norman Forward more directly to the budget, in the sense so that we can begin to develop community centers that can service various communities and situate them primarily in our many parks. We already have the base infrastructure in place, but I think one thing that we have to really look for is to create community services centers that can extend services to different communities, to young people in the summer, and it can also take advantage of our greatest human resource, which is one of our greatest human resources, which is NPS, our teachers, many of which are not working in the summer.
Thank you, Matt. Jay, we'll finish with you. When the council begins its budgeting process, what areas are your biggest priorities for Ward 2?
For Ward 2, I think stormwater is a big deal. We did a lot of infrastructure work that essentially helped resolve the problem of the lake that would form next to Whittier Middle School, which is great. But if you look south down Imhoff Creek from Imhoff Road, you can see that there are backyards of homes that are falling 30 feet down into Imhoff Creek, which is a major issue, and it wouldn't be too long before that was tragic, right? I think also Norman Forward is a big deal. That's been going on for so long. We have an A+ fantastic library that we've built, and the water park's wonderful, and we've got the parks that are great. But the things that we're doing, the city, I think, we are really in need to get moving on that project, because as time goes on, it's costing more and more to actually complete those. So.
Thank you, Jay. You each have 30 seconds for a follow-up. John, we'll go back to you.
Thank you. That's back like we were talking on the budget. If you have more tax sales tax coming in, that helps with the budget. We get more. So the businesses opening have to get their tax revenues up, and then you can do different things. I'd like to get more people involved. There's a lot of retired people, or just people in Norman, that have a lot of good views and stuff like that could really help. And so involve them and get everybody involved before, when you're.
Matt, we'll go to you next.
I think going forward, we should try to open up and create a development concierge that will ease the permitting process for local businesses, for businesses writ large, not just local, obviously. But I think this is something that will encourage young, dynamic, creative entrepreneurs that are already in Norman to open up businesses and to further stimulate our economy and community.
Thank you. Jay, we'll finish with you.
Sure. Our city has had a revenue problem, and we've got a lot of wonderful things that we're wanting to do with homeless shelters and public transportation, and even all of the Norman Ford projects that we've done thus far, but none of those are revenue generating. And we certainly need to figure out ways to be posturing ourselves towards growth in business, so we can have the revenue coming in to do all these things that we want to do.
Thank you. And the next question. What are your feelings on how the current council has spent the CARES Act funding, and what are your priorities for the next round of funding? Matt, we will start with you.
I think, obviously, I was very pleased that we finally managed to find the funds to finish our senior center, but I wasn't happy with the way that we used CARES Act funds to finish it. And I think that is something that we're going to have to think differently about going forward. I think one of the future uses of CARES funds needs to be, it came close to passing, it needs to be the creation of a homeless center in Norman that will service members of our community that are definitely the hardest hit by COVID.
Definitely. Thank you. Jay, to you. What are your feelings on how the current council has spent CARES Act funding, and what is your priorities for the next round of funding when it comes?
Right. Yeah, I was really disappointed that of the $9 million, we gave $5 million toward the senior center, which the senior center is wonderful. I've been working with seniors for the past 14 years and exclusively, and I can't think of a single senior that I know that would have said they wanted that money for a senior center rather than helping the small businesses in Norman. That being said, in the future, I think we need to continue. There are people in business that are really struggling. We need to continue to help them. And I would even be curious to see, I got hazard pay working during COVID, taking care of COVID patients. And I would be interested to see what we could do for the teachers in that kind of way.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
John, same question goes to you. What are your feelings on how the current council spent CARES Act funding, and what are your priorities for the next round of funding? You have 1 minute.
I think the senior center, it had to be done, but I'm like this. I didn't feel like that was the way to use it. I thought it'd been better helped with the businesses, and we just have to figure out a better way, But it's good that it's going to be done, and it's good for the seniors. But the businesses are the key. We just need to find a way and take the new money when it comes in and make sure nobody just goes down, Because if we go down, it's just a domino effect, and we can't recover.
No. Thank you, John. All right, 30-second follow-up. Matt, we'll start with you.
I just want to add one thing. I don't think that Norman necessarily has a true revenue problem. I mean, our bond rating is very good. I think what Norman really has right now is more of a cash flow problem, and that can be solved. So I think that we need to focus on bringing in businesses or unleashing local organic businesses rather than trying to bring in big boxes that are going to compete with more when we're not.
Jay?
Right. No, we aren't more, but I feel like Norman has kind of developed this thing, the Don't Edmund My Norman. I loved that bumper sticker initially, but now I kind of notice that it feels like we've postured ourselves in such a way that we're essentially saying, we don't need business, we're Norman. And Costco was going to bring in an estimated $4 million a year in sales tax.
Thank you, Jay. John?
I think business is the key to me. I've spent the last 50 years working with businesses in Norman, helping anybody and everybody, but they all have different needs and concerns, and I think if we can be more business friendly in Norman, that will be a big help as far as letting the people know that are going to be coming here. We know what we're doing, and we want to make it easier and better for you to work here.
Thank you, John.
Moving on to our next question, we'll start with Jay. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies?
Well, I think that the collaboration with the OU School of Social Work is fantastic. And I think that should have been the original response in the around the June council meeting. I think that should have been the original response. I've read essentially that they're going to have an external board that is looking at every single stop or interaction between a police officer and a minority in the community. I think that's wonderful. I think that their original budget should be restored, and the number of officers that the public safety sales tax voted on twice by the citizens of Norman should be restored, those 9 positions. And I think we should move forward trying to look at all ways to help social service come alongside the police department in outreach to people.
Thanks, Jay. John, we'll go to you next. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies?
The policy that caused all the concern, at the 2 council meetings, I looked at the police in the school, the SRO officers, and I want officers at the schools, And I'd like to see a social worker inside the school handling any problems with students inside the schools and the officer outside making sure the school's safe. I have 6 grandkids, and I want the schools to be safe. So I'd love anything they can do to make sure there's a SRO officer there and a social worker, period.
Thanks, John. Matt, we'll go to you. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies?
Let me be clear. I support our police unequivocally. But the way I support them is I believe that our police should not be charged with treating symptoms, as it were. That's a quick fix, and it only puts them in harm's way. I think the best way to protect our police is by treating the causes of our community's ailments. Very simple. We can support this providing our police, and I think John and Jay alluded to this, with more support in terms of social workers, but also more training in social work themselves. Right now, I think a lot of the training that police officers receive, especially when you compare it to other quote-unquote developed countries, is not sufficient. 9 months in the police academy just doesn't cut it compared to other, especially European countries. I think we can do more to prepare our officers and to help them do their jobs in a better way and to make them safer.
Thank you, Matt. Jay, we'll go to you for a 30-second follow-up.
Right. Matt, no offense to you, but this, this isn't Germany, and we've got different issues, different ways that people are relating to each other and relating to the police. And, I would say that on top of what I had said before, there's an issue of understanding, between, certain members of our community, whether it's the minority community or whoever, related to the police officers. And we need to, find leaders in the police department in these communities and come together and say, this is what...
There's
Thanks, Jay. John, we'll move on to you for a 30-second follow-up.
Yes, well, I was here for both council meetings, and the thing that bothered me is I watched anything and everybody, and I stood out there, and there was a lady out there who had a son and a husband that were policemen, and the things that were being said were so hurtful and hateful to her, and she had tears in her eyes. This lady had scars that'll never heal. So, one thing, if you're dealing with a budget, it's one thing, but to demonize these people, they go out and put their life on the line every day for us, there's got to be a better way than that. I feel that's works.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Matt, 30 seconds.
We live in a global society. I've lived around the world, and there's no reason why we can't pick and range over other experiences and learn from others and adapt them to our unique situation. That said, no municipal agency should be exempt from scrutiny and rigor in terms of their budget and in terms of their codes and what they do.
Thank you. All right, next question. We'll start with you last, right? So we'll start with John. So let me pull this up real fast, my bad. How will you work to deal with voters' tree canopy issues in Ward 2? John, we'll start with you. You got 1 minute. How will you work to deal with voters' tree canopy issues in Ward 2?
Yes, this is big for me, the tree canopy stuff, because I've lost a lot of trees, and I've got 50-year-old trees in my yard, and when they come down, I get big problems, So, yeah, and I've been dealing with it for quite a while now. But I think we can partner with the forestry department out there and the Transcript, and you can write and tell people what's the best trees to put in their yards for this climate in this area, and then we can have some sort of a grant program. But anything we can do to help restore the tree canopy I'm all for that, and then partner with the local nurseries, and then if there's any good way we can do it, I'm all for it. I just replanted a tree out there that went down. I had one, so I'm big on the trees. I'm good.
Thank you, John. Matt, to you.
I think what we need to do is we need to renegotiate with OG&E in order to move forward on burying power lines, especially in core Norman. Ward 2 isn't the only one that's susceptible to a lot of trees falling down and causing a lot of issues. Ward 4 too suffers from this problem. But we need to work with our partners at OG&E to negotiate a settlement or a deal so that we can begin to bury power lines and not just let old age of homes and the age of the district of the ward prevent them or prevent us from negotiating a more workable solution, because what happened in October made clear that this is just not sustainable.
Thank you, Matt. Jay, to you.
Yes, I would be very interested to see what the cost was to bury power lines and why we haven't done that, in the past. Because, when you drive down Berry Road and they've hacked, the entire top off of a beautiful, 50-year-old tree, it's heartbreaking. And I noticed on McGee by the Latter-day Saints Church, they just chopped down 4 or 5 beautiful trees to the ground, which is so sad. And but I appreciate why they're doing that. We all want to have power when we need power, right? Another issue, with the tree canopy, I know that the thing that has been coming up, one thing that bothers me about that is I understand, I absolutely want for us to replace trees. The city wants us to replace trees when trees are cut down. But I also know that, we've been talking about finding people for cutting down a tree even in the middle of their yard, which I think.
All right. 30-second follow-up. Tom, we'll start with you.
The tree canopy is important to me. I planted 600 trees one time from the forestry department out here, and then I've transplanted several places in Norman those trees, and they've really, really thrived well. So we need to find out what they are, and we need to encourage all the different landscaping companies to partner with us here in Norman, and let's fix this thing and make it better.
Matt, 30 seconds.
I think this is a perfect opportunity for what I hear a lot of people talking about, and that's compromise and negotiation between different parties, on different sides. This isn't an either-or situation. There are ways to fund this, to support it, that will not bankrupt future generations, and that will make Ward 2 and the rest of Norman keep making it a sustainable and better place to live.
Thank you. Jay, 30 seconds.
Sure. Just to finish what I was saying, I think that we need to do everything we can do to support the tree canopy and plant more trees. And I think if someone cuts down a tree, that we should help them plant a tree. In the ice storm, and I think 2007, we could just go. I went and picked up a tree over there at Parks and Rec. They were giving out trees, which was awesome. But, I think that forcing people to, I think I ran out of time.
Thanks, Jay. Matt, we'll start with you on this question. How will you work on the council with people that you've politically opposed in the past, and how do you plan to keep partisan views off the dais?
I look forward to working with people from differing views. I work in a university, and working with and engaging with people from across the spectrum, either with colleagues or especially with students, is really one of the most enjoyable parts of the job. I think that actually that is what makes that's the essence of what unity is. We have unity through difference. And so I believe that you engage with people from different positions, and it is your job to persuade them and make the case for your position in order to open a space for compromise, perhaps, but also for your particular vision and those of your constituents.
Thanks, Matt. To you, Jay, how will you work on the council with people you've politically opposed in the past, and how do you plan to keep partisanship off the dais?
Yeah, I just don't think that, we don't say if we're Republicans or Democrats, on the city council ballot, right? And that's appropriate. I think that, we are all coming together because we love this city and we want to see it be the very best that it can be, to see it thrive. And I'm a physical therapist, and I take care of patients, seniors in their homes, and all throughout November, I'd go into one house and they'd be watching Fox, and then they'd be watching CNN, and then, and so on and so forth. And we can be friends, and that's what I do all day, is interact with people who think differently than me or the same as me, and, we're working to be friends and to come together on things and understand each other. And I think that's something we're missing, honestly.
Thanks, Jay.
Mhm.
John, for you, how will you work on the council with people you've politically opposed in the past, and how do you plan to keep partisan views off the dais?
Well, I don't have a lot of people I opposed in the past, you know what I'm saying? So I'm right in the middle. I'm for Norman 100%, period. And so I come into the council with 100% for Norman, and everything else is immaterial. We'll talk about our political views outside in the yard out there, but we need to be 100% for the people we're trying to take care of in here, and make sure that's our number one goal, and then we can set the other stuff aside.
Thanks, John. We have 30 seconds for follow-ups. Matt, we'll start with you.
I do believe that difference is the essence of unity, and that it's what does hold. Think of it as two people as two negatively charged atoms, right? And their differences prevent one from folding into the other, but it holds the whole structure up, and it enables the structure to grow, to expand. And I think difference and debate and
Thanks, Matt. Jay, 30 seconds.
Sure, absolutely. Like John said, I have never spoken out negatively, against people on council or our mayor. I have no interest in that. And in fact, on just almost every doorstep that I have been on having conversations with people, the thing most on people's mind is, why is our city council so partisan? Why can we not just come together and talk about things? And I agree with that.
And John, we'll finish with you, 30 seconds.
I've been married 47 years, and I raised 2 daughters, and I assure you I know how to compromise and get something still done without the whole thing, wheels coming off the car. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have one last question for y'all. What are your thoughts on public health during a pandemic? John, we'll start with you.
As far as public health, yeah, I've got friends that won't come out of the house, and I don't blame them. I've got a friend that just came out, his lungs quit on him, he made it to the hospital, and he made it and he made it out. It's okay, but this is a dangerous thing, but we can't just shut down. We got to find a way to safely keep on with our lives, and I've been working anywhere and everywhere. We went to Florida 3 times this year, for the grandkids and the different things, and my wife wipes down everything but the cockpit when we get on an airplane. So, there's a way to do this safely. And if you're really at risk, you need to stay home and stay out of it until it gets better. But other people that, if you can do it safely, and let's go on.
Matt, same question goes to you. What do you think is the policy of public health in a pandemic?
I do believe that we need to listen to science. I do support a masking mandate. However, I want to make clear that, a few months back, or 8 months back, we as a country decided against a hard lockdown, and we've had to figure out a way to move forward. I teach in person. My wife works in person at Norman Regional. My daughter goes to school. I think actually masking is one way that we help keep things open, and that we help support our businesses, and we help keep our community alive until we get out the other end of this thing. But first and foremost, I think we have to have a buy-in on a masking mandate to help keep everybody as safe as possible as we try to negotiate this terrain.
Thank you, Matt. Jay, to you, what are your thoughts on public health in a pandemic?
Right. I'm for wearing masks. I'm for whatever it takes for us to live as normal a life as possible, and for our businesses to be as open and supported as possible. COVID is a very real thing. I've got several patients right now who have gotten out of the hospital, and it's tragic and mysterious. And like I said, I think that's the most important thing to me is we need to, and I think that we could communicate to our businesses in a better way, throughout this. So that way they know that we are connected and we support them, even though we are masking, right? And in a way, I felt like, with the COVID CARES Act money, we could have communicated to them, with more support in that kind of way.
Thank you. Now, 30-second follow-up for everybody. John, we'll start with you. 30 seconds.
Like I said, I work with restaurants, all kinds of different businesses, and they made a lot of improvements and a lot of painstaking different modifications to their businesses and spent a lot of money to be able to open partially, and so that's why I'm saying we can't keep moving the goalpost on them, so figure out a safe way to do it and get them in there, and people want to go back with their lives, but this is dangerous. So anybody that's at risk, you need to put the mask on and stay home. Do whatever you have to do to stay safe. And the rest of them, let them get out.
Thank you. Matt, 30 seconds.
Clear, transparent guidelines that are enforceable. I think that builds on what John just said and some of what Jay just said, to help make it clear to businesses and other community organizations what is necessary, and for them to communicate to their patrons what is necessary and also what is tolerated and what won't be tolerated. And this is for everybody's collective good in this particular situation.
Thank you. Jay, 30 seconds.
Sure. And I would like to see us start dropping some of the parameters on who can get the vaccine, and look for ways to get places open to where people could access that more readily. I mean, everybody's talking about how difficult and how slow the process has been, and I've witnessed how much freedom, not just physical but emotional freedom, it brings people who get the vaccine, and I would like to see how we can move forward with that.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your answers to tonight's questions. We do have 1 minute for each of you for closing statements. So Matt, we'll start with you.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you to Jay, thank you to John, thank you to the Transcript. It's been a great privilege to run for this position. My goal, if elected by the residents of Ward 2 to serve on City Council, will be to always have an open line to everyone. We might not always agree, but I will always listen, and I will always do what I can to represent you in good faith. I want to be there for my constituents. I want to be there for all of Norman, and I want to help us fulfill and realize Norman's potential coming out of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Jay, 1 minute for a closing statement.
Yeah, Matt, thank you. The people that support Matt and the people that support me get after Matt and I, but Matt and I are friends. And so it's very interesting, and it's been a pleasure to run with you guys, and Mr. Argo I've known for a long, long time. But, the thing that I desire, the reason why I'm running is we need people who are ready to listen to both sides. We need a council that's ready to support small business, and a council that's ready to find new great business partners and posture ourselves in a way that's friendly to business development in Norman. We need people that want to support the police department in every way possible, but also search for ways to incorporate social services and make people that feel marginalized by the police department or whatever to feel included and connected. And I desire to do that in this city.
John, 1 minute for a closing statement.
Thanks to Matt and Jay. The reason I'm running, I'd like to bring at this time the critical of the business sense to the council. Of not so much, I'm a big-time businessman, but I work in the field with people that work in the business, and I see from the contractors on up any problems we have keeping us back. That people don't want to work in Norman. They just, it's got a bad reputation for contractors, but I think I can fix that. I think I can bring to the table the things that will do that, because, I go into it treating everybody. 50 years I've worked for anybody and everybody. I never asked them their political views or anything. I just helped people, and I think I can do that with with the council in Ward 2, and I just think it's time that we move forward and put the politics aside and look out for the best for the people. And I'll be tighter than anybody with our tax dollars, I assure you that. I'm married to a woman that's tight, and I know what it's like. Yeah, you don't want to get her.
Thank you
Thank
so
all of y'all.
much, Matt, Jay, and John, for your time tonight. We really appreciate it. We will get started with Ward 3 in 20 minutes or so. Thanks, y'all.
Thank y'all so much.
folks. Welcome back to the Norman Transcript City Council debate. We're starting with our Ward 3 candidates now. I'll just go over some of the rules again as we get started again. We are giving each candidate a 1-minute opening statement. Reese and I will be asking questions, and you each will have 1 minute to respond. You'll also get a 30-second rebuttal or just a time to respond to whatever your candidate has said. We will try and keep this below 45 minutes, and then we'll have a little intermission before the next ward gets to go. Tonight, we're joined by incumbent candidate Allison Petrone and candidate Sam Talley. We did have candidate Callie Lynn show up, but we have asked all of our candidates tonight to be masked the entire time they're at the debate. Mr. Lynn declined to wear a mask, saying that he had a medical condition. However, unfortunately, he did not inform us of that condition ahead of time. We did send out our list of rules, including our masking requirements, several weeks ago. So when given the choice between masking up and leaving, Mr. Lynn chose to leave tonight. So tonight we'll just have Ms. Petrone and Mr. Talley with us. That being said, we will get started with your 1-minute opening statements. Allison Petrone, we'll start with you.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank you all for hosting this tonight. I know that people at home really appreciate the opportunity to hear from candidates. This election is probably one of the most important ones that we've had in modern history for City Hall, and that's because we're coming off of an unprecedented time. We found ourselves in the middle of a pandemic, and where we go forward from here is going to have to be picking up the ball and running. For me, when I was deciding, what would my next steps be, that was first and foremost in my mind. We don't have any time for on-the-job training at this point in time in history. Typically, it takes new council members several weeks, if not months, and sometimes up to the first year before you get your sea legs underneath you.
Thank you, Ms. Petrone. Sam Talley, your 1-minute opening statement.
Well, thank you so much for having me this evening, and thank you to the Transcript. I've been a reader my entire life. I was born here, raised here, families from here, and I know that Norman is a wonderful place to live, and I know that Norman is a friendly town. And I've been troubled by our town and our reputation, our attitude recently. And that's why I stepped up and decided to run for city council and to serve this community with my experience and my problem-solving capabilities. And I want to do it with a positive attitude and with no ties to any agenda or special interests. My motto is Norman first, Norman always. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to our first question from Reese.
All right, we'll start with our first question. Sam, we'll start with you. Where's your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? You have 1 minute.
Biggest issue in Ward 3 and the biggest issue in the city of Norman is the relationship with the Norman Police Department and public safety in general. What needs to happen is that our Norman Police Department budget needs to be restored, the $865,000 that was removed from the budget, causing the loss of 9 officers. How we do that is we refund it. We write that check back to them. We do not, however, in my opinion, remove the $865,000 that was pledged towards social services. We desperately need that as well, and we need to ask our city manager and our city finance director to make that happen. That's what I believe will happen if I'm elected, and that's how we will solve this issue as the first domino to fall of positive change that we need here in this current climate and culture in our town.
Thank you, Sam. Allison, what is your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? You have 1 minute.
So as I've been knocking doors throughout Ward 3, one thing I can say for sure is that in each area of Ward 3, their issues are unique. We have anything from stormwater issues in Cambridge Place, where we would be looking at Storm Act and looking at further possibly implementing WQPZ boundaries, to neighborhood parks, where we've got stickers and fields inaccessible for our kids to even play, And that would be something that the hotel motel tax portion of, that goes to parks, as well as neighborhood parks fund, could be looking at. But what I want to stress is that you have portions of our ward that are extremely affluent and other portions of our ward that are struggling terribly. So when we look at this, we have to look at our wards and say, how can we help and exact those helps and those remedies for those areas specifically?
Thank you. Now we're gonna have an optional 30-second follow-up or rebuttal for anything y'all want to say. Sam, we'll start with you. You have 30 seconds.
I've knocked thousands of doors so far in Ward 3, and I agree with Councilmember Patron that stormwater is a big issue. However, on those doorsteps, we don't get to that issue with our constituents because all they want to talk about is how to fix the issues with public safety. It must be the first domino to fall so that we can get to the other issues. And that's what our constituents are telling us right now. We have to listen. We have to listen.
Ms. Patron?
Well, there are some doors that talk about public safety, but to be perfectly honest, it's not something that's at the top of people's minds right now. They're struggling. There are a lot of families out there that are having trouble putting food on the table. They're worried about whether or not they're going to get kicked out of their homes. They're not talking to me about spats between police officers and certain council members or former council members. These are large problems that we have to deal with, and I think that it's important that we don't just continue.
Thank you both. We'll move on to our next question. Allison, we'll start with you. When the council begins its budgeting process, what budget areas are your biggest priorities for Ward 3?
Well, we've come full circle from the last question. It's going to depend on which areas of Ward 3 that we're talking about. Again, if we're talking about parks and trying to improve our park areas, I'm going to be looking at those neighborhood park funds and trying to really revamp accessibility to where our kids with disabilities, adults with disabilities can enjoy those parks again. If we're talking about stormwater, it's looking at the Storm Act with the federal government and seeing what project we can put forward and apply for those dollars from the federal government with low interest or zero interest loans. If we are talking about areas where it's social services, I think we can build on what council has already been trying to implement, and we're going to have to do it quickly. This isn't something that we have time to just study back and forth. We've got to listen to what the federal government is telling us, what the state is telling us, and what the people at the doors are telling us. They're calling City Hall. They need help.
Same question to you, Sam. When the council begins its budgeting process, what budget areas are your biggest priorities for Ward 3?
Equally focused on making sure that Norman hits its revenue potential. Focus on the revenue side of the budget, not just the expenditure side. Can't keep our fingers crossed anymore that revenue is just going to increase without a concerted and focused effort. Now, on the expense side, we talked about public safety, and I've answered that, but specifically, you take the $865,000, you may take or figure out how to undo the $100,000 we did for the homeless study that was approved by this council. You have $965,000. You support public safety by working with Norman's homeless coordinator. She needs staff immediately to be able to get out there and address the homeless situation with the roughly right now 170 unsheltered people that we have living in this community, mainly and primarily in 2 encampments, one on the east side of town and one on the south side of town, that need to have resolutions put forward to them. That's how I would do it.
Thank you. You have 30 seconds for a follow-up.
I'm glad that he's interested in our homeless community, because it is true that we have many unhoused individuals in our city, and it's not just in encampments. There are families, children living in cars, and I'm grateful to this council that we actually did just hire or allocate funding to hire 2 more staff members for our unhoused community. And let's understand that it's the housing professionals, the employee that he just spoke of, that wanted that study.
Sam, 30 seconds for a follow-up.
I spoke to homeless coordination today, who said that she was never asked about the study before it was approved. Never. She wants employees. She wants to get out there and tackle these issues. She needs help. Those job postings are there, but we have more resources. It's unacceptable to say that we are a safe community and we want public safety to have what they need, but not to fund social services the way we need to.
Next question is, what are your feelings on the current council has spent the last round of CARES Act funding, and what are your priorities for the next round of funding? Sam, we'll start with you.
All prioritization towards no continuing projects that need to be paid for that haven't been paid for from bond proceeds or sales tax revenue. All money goes towards small business, not only to help right now with the necessities that small businesses need, that their employees need, with checks from grants, but also for reinvestment into these businesses to get them online in the online marketplace, not only to just have a web presence, but to be able to sell goods to our citizenry here in Norman, to be able to deliver goods, to be able to compete with the big boys, Amazons, Walmarts, Targets, and the other delivery services. You have to think that way. You have to have business acumen and experience to think that way, to be able to impact our small businesses with this CARES Act money. That's probably how I would have gone into it as a council person if I was on this council, and that's how I would go into it in the future for another round.
Obviously, you're on the council, so what, if anything, would you change about how the current council used their CARES Act funding? And how do you want to use the next round of funding that's set to come your way?
I think the current council has come up with a good balance for the $9 million that we were given on the CARES Act. You have to understand that the $4 million that went towards the Senior Wellness Center, we have realized through COVID that other communities have used their wellness centers as staging grounds to service their senior population who was hit so hard by the pandemic. We didn't have that opportunity. This council has given over $3 million in grants. They don't have to pay it back. They're not loans to small businesses in this community. And I'm sure that we will continue to be supporting our small businesses, but we also need to be servicing the people who are wondering if they're going to be able to keep their electricity on, if they're going to be able to pay their water bills. We need to be looking at amnesty, not just CARES Act, but amnesty on those late fees, because that is not service. We need to be making sure that we have more rental monies available for grants to be able to keep our people housed. We need to be looking with Norman Public Schools to see what we can do to.
Thank you. Now, 30-second follow-up. Sam, we'll start with you. 30 seconds.
The senior center is critically important. It was absolutely approved by the voters. It has priority for all of us in this community. We all care for our seniors. That being said, CARES Act money for small business, most of the seniors that I've talked to and worked with in this candidacy and campaign would prioritize small business relief for small businesses rather than the funding of that project.
Ms. Petrone, 30 seconds.
I think there's a misconception that CARES Act funding is only for small businesses. It's absolutely not. This is monies that we've already paid from the city, and we are being reallocated back, so being paid back. And we were free to use that under city legal's advice in the ways that we have, and we looked at needs, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you both. For our next question, Allison, we'll start with you. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies?
We need to work with Chief Foster. What would Allison do? I'm not a police chief. So what I do is listen to our staff members. And he has been working diligently to work with transparency issues. I know there are people in the community who have come forward that I know that he's working very hard to try to listen to those needs. And one of those, again, is transparency. And so we need to make sure that people in the community feel like they've seen the follow-up. If there's discipline, that's been one of the major hang-ups here lately, is that there's whether or not those disciplinary records can be released. We need to err on the side of transparency if we can. Any government should. So that would be the first area that I would say we can make some real inroads. As far as staffing, that's Chief Foster's area. We haven't lost any officers. Council funded them all. If there was a human body in that.
Thank you. Sam, same question for you. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies?
I think we continue to put as much positive wind into their sails, so to speak, for their community policing initiative that's been going on for a long time, and properly and positively support them. And more specifically, we've talked about the funding. I've been specific about that, but we have to find a way to retain our officers and compete with other jurisdictions when it comes to them being able to take our officers when our officers here locally hit their head on the ceiling, so to speak, of our salaries here in the city of Norman. And the way to do that is incrementally, and the way to do that is not all at once. We can't afford that. We have to have fiscal responsibility to get there. If we focus on revenue and put that impact there and affect culture change with our business climate, knock down the barriers to entry that exist in this town, improve our reputation, we will get there to positively and properly fund Norman Police Department and to.
Thank you. Allison, you have 30 seconds for a follow-up.
I spoke about this last June. I also believe that we need to expand the benefit services available to our officers. We need to remove the stigma from PTSD. Our officers see some really terrible things on a daily basis. They take, whether it's abused children or car wrecks or whatever the case may be, we need to make sure that we are removing the stigma from PTSD. We're picking up all of those co-pays and deductibles that may go along with therapy and really investing in them as human beings and in the humanity that they see.
Thank you. Sam, 30 seconds.
I think our officers do want those services. However, what they want more than that is more officers to help them do their job better for this community. When an officer says, or all the officers say, that they walk into their cars and they're 20 to 30 calls behind at the beginning of their shift, we just don't have enough supply of public safety officers to meet the demand for the foundation of this community, which is public safety and public education.
Next question. How will you encourage revenue growth and development within Ward 3? Sam, start with you. You got 1 minute.
With an absolute fury of positivity. Norman is open for business. More, we're coming for you. We're going to compete. Oklahoma City, we're going to compete. We're calling everybody. We want sales tax generators, and we want great creative local businesses. It doesn't mean throw up new construction everywhere, because at the same time, we have equality in our focus. We're focusing across the city. We're focusing as much as a city council on redevelopment as we are new development. It has to start, though, with an attitude change, and it can't be fingers crossed anymore that revenue is just going to grow naturally. We have to put in actual effort from a unified city council that we are the best place to do business centrally located within this state.
Thank you. Ms. Patron, same question goes to you. How will you work to encourage revenue growth and development within Ward 3? You have 1 minute.
Revenue growth comes from quality of life. It comes from this being a community that people want to live in. It comes from having amazing schools. When people are trying to decide where they're going to move their company, if they're going to move it to the city of Norman versus the city of Edmond or wherever, they're looking at what infrastructure do you have on the ground that supports those families, their employees. So we need to make sure that we're working as hard as we can to get Norman Forward fully funded, that we are working with our schools to see if we can give them any sort of support system to make sure that we have the best schools in the state. We have blue ribbon schools, and we need to make sure that they continue to be. We need to invest in our people. We've talked about homelessness. We need to be the kind of community that when you go to school here for the university, that you want to stay, that you see that this community is compassionate, that we care for our people, and that we really invest in social services.
Thank you. Follow-up, Sam, we'll start with you. 30 seconds.
I agree with all those priorities. I don't think that's what it takes, though, to build revenue. and revenue, from a business perspective and having business experience and leading and being a part of partnerships right now in 4 businesses that I have a part of, you roll your sleeves up, you improve, you take care of your employees, you improve your business every day, and you go out and serve the customers and what they want. Norman's not doing enough of that right now generally.
Thank Thank you. Ms. Patron, 30 seconds.
The fact of the matter is that people have choices on where they want to live. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And with people is the revenue. So if you're going to take care of your people, you're going to have a quality of life that it's an enjoyable place to live and that your kids are well educated, the revenue naturally comes. It doesn't grow on trees. It comes from people.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Allison, we'll start with you. How will you work on the council with people you've politically opposed in the past? And how do you plan to keep partisan views off the dais?
This is a really interesting question because I think there's a misconception that there's like Democrat caucuses or Republican caucuses on the dais. There's not. There can be people in the same party that you have split votes on the dais. The fact of the matter is we actually get along really well regardless because we respect the work that we're all putting in. And I think that first and foremost is respecting each other for what they're bringing and the fact that they love their community. Respecting your constituents, listening to them, emulating the kind of behavior that you hope will carry forward for the people to see. This is not the partisan nature that a lot of people seem to think that it is. I hope that that's very clear to people.
Thank you. Sam, same question to you. How will you work on the council with people you politically opposed in the past? And how do you plan to keep partisan views off the dais?
So, I never met a person that I didn't like. That's something that Will Rogers said that I believe in, and that's the way that I live my life. I am more interested generally in others than I am myself, and I don't have any national agendas or local agendas for that matter to serve to. And if I had a nickel for every time I've been asked my political affiliation, in this case, Norman would not have a revenue problem if I gave all those nickels over. I'll promise you that. It starts with an attitude saying to our voters, you are smart, and they are, and they know this, and they're telling me that. They're not buying into national agendas at this time because the only thing that national agendas are bringing to our community is divisiveness. They want to be Norman first. They want to be Norman always. They have a candidate here representative of that who wants to bring balance to an imbalanced city council.
Thank you. Each of you have 30 seconds. Allison, we'll start with you.
I would just say that no matter what, people don't fit in these boxes. There aren't 3 boxes that says Democrat, Republican, Independent, and anybody fits perfectly in any of them. It depends on the issue that you're talking about. And then you get even the minutia of that. There is so much nuance. Public policy is complicated. It isn't, at the municipal level especially, it isn't something that partisan politics and platforms for a party can accomplish.
Thank you. Sam, 30 seconds for a follow-up.
I don't really have any, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next question. Putting your campaign intentions or promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member and what powers will be granted to you by the charter? Sam, we'll start with you.
Listen and communicate. I mean, listen and communicate, repeat over and over again. Be the best communicator that I can possibly be on behalf of my ward and on behalf of my city. And that's where it starts and it ends. That's something that I pride myself in as an attorney on a daily basis, being able to advocate for others, and that is the primary function. You do that listening and communicating with a positive attitude always. It doesn't mean you're afraid to take a stand. It doesn't mean you're afraid to act. It means that you try to reach resolution and consensus. That's how I would approach this job, and I would approach it as a job. This is a volunteer service job. This is not political ambition. This is not part of any larger plan. This is about service to my hometown where my kids go to school and my wife and I were raised, and that's what it's about for me.
Thank you, Sam. Allison, same question to you. Putting your campaign intentions or promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member and what powers will be granted to you by the charter?
So he's absolutely right that this is a public service that you are doing. We are not city employees. We represent the people. We don't represent City Hall. And that's something that a lot of people have trouble, it's a concept that they don't necessarily aren't very familiar with. So we act as liaisons a whole lot of the time. We're getting big. This city is growing fast. And so it's really important that we're able to help our constituents navigate their individual problems that are happening at their address, and who do they contact in what department. That's going back to the original question of having to be able to take that ball and run in an era of COVID. It's even more important to be able to do that. So we need to understand that the charter does certainly give us certain powers, but the day-to-day job function is one of representing our people and making sure that we're listening and communicating their needs.
Thank you. Now each of y'all got 30 seconds if y'all have any follow-ups. Sam, we'll start with you.
I'm just not much into the word power at all. I teach my clients, I get the benefit of teaching them about how to help them through difficult times, and I teach leadership to them, and we dispel that word right off the bat. Leadership, to me, at its core, is sacrifice and responsibility. And that's the way that I would approach this job, and I think that's what the charter means when it gives us authority to act as council members.
Thank you. Ms. Patron, 30 seconds.
It's a good thing, because you don't really have much power up here. This isn't like a power position. This isn't the presidency. Again, it's a liaison, it's a relationship, it's being able to represent and help your people in every way that you possibly can. And it's a minimum of 30 hours a week, I would say, that you're going to be putting in. And it's worth every minute of it if you have a public servant heart.
Thank you.
All right, we have a final question for you both. What is your approach to public health in a pandemic? Allison, we'll start with you.
My approach has been, that's one on-the-job training that I've had this last term. Follow the science. I am so incredibly grateful for the knowledge and hand-holding and teaching that Dr. Braxler and the public health experts have given this council. I'm not a scientist. It's important that you realize what you don't know, and being able to say, I'm not a scientist and I'm going to trust the experts. Because at the end of the day, what this is about is saving lives. It's about protecting our people. This is no joke. We've had a lot of suffering in this city, and what we did was try to mitigate it as best as we could. And we never felt like we were in the dark because we had those scientists leading the way and keeping us up to date. So my approach is science.
Thank you. Sam, same question to you. What's your approach to public health in a pandemic?
Listen to people smarter than I am, make good decisions based on that. And I've been, impressed with, I think, this city's leadership on certain areas. I've seen some areas for improvement. I absolutely believe in wearing a mask. For myself and my own protection is the best way to protect others, but out of respect more than anything as a neighbor and a citizen, I'm in favor of extending the mask mandate if that's what public health says to do, which I believe will occur at the end of this month. And when it comes to these things, I think that you put your public health glasses on and you put down maybe your constitutional argument or freedom glasses, although you have to be easy as a city council person on enforcement. You have to encourage, you can't threaten.
30-second follow-up, Allison.
I would just like to follow up by saying that our mayor has had to make some heart-wrenching decisions during this pandemic, and I appreciate all of those efforts that she has done. And the council has as well, and I will tell you that we got plenty of threats. I was threatened on the day of when we took the vote for the mask ordinance that I would be recalled if I passed it. If you vote for this, you're going to get recalled. Guess what? Saving lives is more important. I mean, ultimately, that's what I'm up here to do, is just
Sam, 30 seconds.
I got to be a part of a legal case where we just went a little too far as a city government when it came to business closure, and watched that play out, even though the intentions, I think, were well, maybe some of them political based on what happened. That being said, that's over. Moving forward, because that's over, we continue to be a safe community, have good public safety and public health leadership, and we'll follow their lead, work with them as a city.
Thank you all. Thank you. First off, thank you all so much for taking our questions today. We are now going to allow each of you all 1 minute for a closing statement. Sam, we're going to start with you. 1 minute closing statement.
Well, thank you again for having us. And Allison, thank you for being here and for stating what you believe in. And we have been civil throughout, and I appreciate that. And I'm sorry that Kelly isn't here tonight for the decision that he had to face tonight. But, you know, I appreciate him as well. I absolutely believe that this city's best days are ahead of it. We have not nearly reached our maximum potential when it comes to any of the categories or issues that are out there for quality of life, and making this what I believe will continue to be one of the best places to live in this region, in this country. I look forward to getting the opportunity to serve, to try to hit that goal, and to try to make Norman everything that it can be, by always remembering the focus is Norman first, Norman always.
Thank you, Sam.
Again, thank you so much for having us here. I think when I think about what my policy philosophy would be, that's what I think about a closing statement. I believe in a smart, compassionate policy. We are a community of people, and we have to lift each other up. And it is so important that we extend opportunity, whether that comes through quality of life projects, or whether it comes through working with our schools, or whether it's just making sure that people have food on their table, or lifting up small businesses. I'm a small business owner as well. All of these are important. It depends on who you're talking to. And a city councilor has to be able to wear all of those hats, because all of the people matter. They're all our neighbors. They're all our residents. And so for me, smart, compassionate public policy.
Well, thank you both tonight. We really appreciate your time, and we know folks at home do too. We'll get started with Ward 5 in 20 minutes or so. Thank you guys. Have a great night.
Thank you all.
All right, we're getting started on Ward 5 for all our viewers at home. Thanks to all of you for being here tonight. We have 3 of our Ward 5 candidates tonight. We have Billy Davison, Rashard Tortorello, and Michael Nash. Unfortunately, Lisa Meyer is not able to be with us tonight. She's been sick today, so we will be missing her. I'm just going to go over some of the rules for us tonight. We are requiring that all candidates be masked on the dais. And we are giving each of you a 1-minute opening statement. Reese Gorman and I will be asking questions tonight, and you'll each have 1 minute to answer each question. You'll also have a 30-second follow-up to each question. We're trying to keep each ward 45 minutes or under with a 5-minute intermission in between. So we'll be done fairly quickly, but we'll get started with your opening statements here. Billy, we'll start with you. You have 1 minute.
My name is Billy Davison, and I'm a native-born Oklahoman. I've been in the Ward 5 area for over 30 years. I'm a husband of 20 years. I've got 4 wonderful kids and 3 awesome grandkids. I've got decades of experience in the construction industry, managing multi-million-dollar construction budgets. I'm a licensed fleet private investigator and personal protection officer and bail enforcer, so I work with police departments around the state quite a lot. That's about it for me.
All right, Rashard, you have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Rashard Tortorello, and I'm from Ward 5. I was born and raised in Germany. My parents met there and joined the Air Force after coming back to the States. Spent 20 years in the Air Force, combat communications at Tinker Air Force Base. Been deployed around the world, mostly to the Middle East. I appeal disability claims now for veterans, and that's what I do full-time. And what got me involved in this was I thought it was my time to go ahead and publicly serve my city and my state again. And so that's why I'm running for Ward 5 council member.
Thank you. Michael, you have 1 minute.
I'm Michael Nash. I was born here. My wife was born here. My parents were born here. Her parents were born here. We have grandparents that were born here. Of all the candidates, I have the most to lose if I do a bad job. I have to this point and will continue to faithfully represent the people of Ward 5. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll start with our first question. Rashard, we'll start with you. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? You have 1 minute.
So after talking to hundreds of people here in the last month, the biggest problem is public safety and private property owners' rights. And so when I'm out there talking, they ask me, how do we make Norman a better place to live? And I think it always starts with public safety. We want to be an open city, to be the attraction, the regional attraction where people think of Norman before going past Moore or going up to Oklahoma City. They want to look for a place that's safe, all right? If we want to attract young professionals and young families to establish roots like I've done here, they want to make sure that that environment is there and they're safe. And so for Ward 5, it's different. We've got rural areas and it's a little different. Police response times is the biggest thing I have, and if make it to the council, I'll try to work as hard as I can to refund the money back to the police and kind of work in the budget to make sure we have enough patrol in the area.
Michael, to you. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issues in your ward, and how will you pay for it?
Well, one of the biggest issues for the ward right now is police presence. And there's a number of ways we can address this. The first and foremost is that people need to start reporting the crimes that occur at their homes. Otherwise, the Norman Police Department don't know that the crimes are occurring. Beyond that, we need to have a discussion with Chief Foster, see what he believes is the best way to approach this problem. Nobody on the dais is an expert at crime prevention or crime fighting. We need to discuss it with our experts to find out what a valid approach would be. If it's a problem of funding, then that's going to be the route that we take. If it's a problem of just redistribution of the force, then that's what we'll do. Whatever it takes.
Thank you. Billy, to you. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it?
Well, paying for it is going to be, based on revenue. We do need to increase the budget for the police department, because we're in dire need of patrols out in the rural Ward 5 area. And not only, police coverage, we need emergency medical services out there as well, some ambulance services to help out. Another thing I hear that's a big concern for the people in rural Ward 5 is all of the developer investment money into candidates. Ward 5 does not want to be developed. They want to maintain the 10-acre minimum build requirements, and they want to maintain their green spaces and enjoy the rural life.
Thank you. I'll give each of y'all 30 seconds, follow-up, rebuttal, anything that you'll have to add on. Rashard, we'll start with you. 30 seconds.
Yeah, when it comes to private property rights here, as an immigrant, it was always taught to me that the American dream is to own property, start your business, and raise a family in America. I don't think we should hamper development in Ward 5 unnecessarily. I mean, there's a restaurant that opened up on Alameda, the Prime Cafe in the Lake. It fits in with the decorum. He's not building out. And I just don't think the city should be a part of deciding what gets built, what gets developed anywhere in Norman. We have to look at the entire plan, see what the sales tax revenue.
No, they're sorry. 30 seconds. Michael, 30 second follow-up for you.
Yes, as a council member for Ward 5, we're the last stop of defense to preserve the sanctity of people's homes. If people can do what they want on their property, but if that's going to sacrifice the neighbors, it's not going to happen. If it's going to be taking away some resource of theirs, or if they're going to set up an oil derrick and right next to the property line, we have to be there. Preserve our ordinances.
Thank you. 30 seconds. Billy, 30 seconds for you.
I have none.
Okay. We go to the next question.
All right, Michael, we'll start with you on this one. When the council begins its budgeting process, what budget areas are your priorities for Ward 5? You have 1 minute.
Well, for Ward 5, we need to, of course, whatever we need to do to improve police presence, whatever we need to do to increase the attention given to the roads out there, the rural roads. We have a lot of dangerous intersections where people are dying on all the time. And the way that we attack this is we need to start increasing our revenue streams. We don't want our stores all popping up in the middle of Ward 5. Off of I-35 is where that makes sense. We also need to see about retention of graduates, get people moving here, talented people moving here, earning a paycheck here.
Thank you. Billy, we'll move on to you next. When the council begins its budgeting process, what budget areas are your priorities for Ward 5?
I think the main priority is public safety and emergency services. We need to figure out a way to get that money back into the police budget so that they can hire additional patrolmen and, the additional equipment to go with that, to give us, some continuous police coverage out there. And then I think we need to look at some sort of facility that could house, extra ambulance services and stuff for emergency calls. We've got fire departments out there, and, it still takes a while to get a paramedic out there. But if you need an ambulance, it's just like you're waiting for a police response time. It could be 45 minutes to, even longer to get an ambulance out there. And that's just something, we've got an aging community out there, and there's a just big need for that type of service out there.
Thank you. Rashar, when the council begins the budgeting process, what budget areas are your priorities for Ward 5?
I guess we can all say that public safety is the #1 priority out in Ward 5, as well as for all of Norman. I would have to look at the budget and see where the money's going at. I mean, as public servants, and we are taking taxpayer money, I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that the money is wisely spent, it's efficient, the process to determine what projects get funded first is done in an efficient manner. And, I've always said that to make us a regional draw here in this area, we've got to keep and retain the young professionals and young families. The increase of sales tax revenue base, we need to look at, not bringing box stores out to Ward 5, but look at things like what people are asking for, like coffee shops, small little bakeries out there where they don't have to drive into the city. They have lunch, they can just drive down Alameda And so, these are all things that have been told to me, and this is what I'm looking for. And this is what, as far as looking at the budget, again, we need to make sure it's transparent and the money.
Thank you. Michael, we'll go back to you for a 30-second follow-up.
Yeah, as council members, we can only do so much to audit the budget process. It is our responsibility to do our internal audit. But if we can increase our effectiveness by having an auditor, that would alleviate some of the burden from our workload. Also increasing transparency, inviting members of the community to weigh in on what they think on the budget. There's a lot of attention to the capital works projects because that's putting water in.
Thank you. Billy, a 30-second follow-up.
I do think it's important to focus on, having an audit and being transparent about it. I think a lot of people distrust the city right now and the way they spend the money in the past, and I think it would go a long ways to restore the trust with the community.
Thank you. Rashar, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I've worked with budgets my entire life, $1 million budgets, and it's always the part of the process where the stakeholders and shareholders, they tell us what they want. We look at what we can spend. We look at past expenses for projected expenses and so forth here. So, there's no different from a small budget in Norman or running a government budget. The process is still the same, and it should be transparent. Okay, it should be open. We should look at it to see where the money is spent. I think the people require that, and they have asked me of that. They want to know where the money's going to.
Thank you.
All right. So, Billy, we'll start with you on this question. What are your feelings on how the current council has spent the last round of CARES Act funding, and what are your priorities for the next round of funding? You have 1 minute.
Well, I do not believe that the CARES Act money should have been spent to fill budget gaps in other areas. I think that was the wrong thing to do. We have struggling businesses and their employers that we should have focused on. And in the future, any more CARES Act money that might come in the future should go straight to that. It should go to help restore our businesses and help get our employees back to work.
Thank you. Rashard, same question to you. What are your feelings on how the current council has spent the last round of CARES Act funding, and what are your priorities for the next round of funding?
Thank you, Reese. I think the priority for Norman is increased sales tax revenue, and the CARES Act should have been spent on all the small businesses here. I'm of the mindset, running my little appeals firm, that, we have expenses and web presence is important. So the money was earmarked for that. It was made for small businesses because, again, if we want to do any of the projects and the programs that we're wanting to do in Norman, we need to make sure that sales tax revenue base grows. And so money used for other projects to fill in, budget shortfalls, I think it was misuse of the fund. That was not the intended use of the CARES Fund. So anything we can help our small businesses use to grow and expand the customer base and grow beyond these borders, Norman and into Oklahoma City, we've got to do everything we can because, this is how we grow Norman. We want to attract the best business, to attract the young families and the young professionals.
Thank you. Do you, as you are a part of the current council, what, if anything, would you change about how y'all use the CARES Act funding? And what would be your priority to use the next round of funding?
Yeah, this is a perpetual misnomer. This CARES Act funding, the last thing that the CARES Act reimbursed were expenses in July. What we're referring to are general funds that were reimbursed for those expenses that occurred between January and July of 2020. Those general funds have been redistributed to small businesses, to projects that were elected by members of the community back in 2008. If anything, I would put more of that money back into the people, not just the owners of the businesses, but the people working at those businesses, people who are having trouble paying for rent or paying their mortgages. Normal people that are struggling right now need help.
Thank you. All right. Once again, 30-second follow-up or rebuttal. Billy, we'll start with you. You have 30 seconds.
Not really a rebuttal, but more emphasis.
Okay.
Our small businesses and their employees are the lifeblood of our city, and that should always be our main priority.
Thank you. Rashar, 30 seconds.
You know, if we want to raise the income for all Normanites here, you know, they have to have jobs to go to. And so the priority has always been on small business and sales tax revenue. And, you know, if we put the money to small business, they can hire more people. We can attract other businesses to Norman. And, you know, like I said, it's just an observation that the transparency and accountability, people want to know where the money's going to. And where the money and how it was spent, you know, is indicative of how people see the council. We want to have trust of the people. We want.
Thank you. Billy? Michael, sorry, 30 seconds.
I don't really have a rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies? Rashar, we'll start with you.
You know, there's always room for growth, and so I can't say without talking directly to Chief Foster and the rank and file, but I've known Norman PD to be the best police department in the state of Oklahoma. Under Chief Humphreys, he instituted the community policing, which I think increased how people view the police, the respect and the confidence that they have in police officers here. So, but again, like I said, there's always room for improvement. So I believe there is a citizens group that meets with the police once a month to talk about the issues here, and then they take that information back and they pass it out to the community. So again, this falls on the purview of Chief Foster and this citizens group and what we can do to improve the police department, if anything at all. Like I said, I think they're doing a great job with what they have. They're fantastic people. They're our friends and family and neighbors, and they really care about Norman.
Thank you. Michael, same question to you. Looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its current policies?
Yeah, working with Chief Foster would be the way to figure out what changes need to be made or what modifications need to be made to the budget or the policies to help them to do their job better. One thing that can be improved, though, from the council side is we can improve our relationship with the police themselves. Right now, we've got a reputation to improve with Norman. We want to be the top location for the best of the best in the country. Right now, officers around the country, they don't look at Norman as being the best place to go to work. What can we do to improve that relationship? I think one thing we can do is we can work with the people. People have concerns about policing in 2020 and 2021. What we can do is we can increase the data availability so that people can see for themselves the outcomes from our police force, and we can all share and celebrate our police force.
Thank you. For you, looking at our current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its current policies?
Well, I think initially we should take a look at being more competitive salary-wise and give, officers incentive to stay. They put their life on the line for us every day to keep us safe. So we should have their backs and take care of them. With all the backlog that they have on the calls, it's quite obvious they need more patrol officers and more equipment to handle that. And I think that should be a priority. And of course, have an open dialogue with the chief of police himself. He knows better how to, orchestrate that and where the money would be better spent. So I think it'd be important to work with them and help them achieve all of that.
Thank you. Rashar, we'll go back to you for a 30-second follow-up.
Adding to what I said earlier, Norman Police Department is the best and the best trained in the state. But like I said, there's always room for improvement. But go back to pay. I read that we're the third largest city in Oklahoma, but our police officers are like 7th and 8th in pay. And I've always been an advocate that in order to retain the best, like we do in the military, we need to make sure that they are paid and compensated, not just with health insurance, but with the community that trusts and wants them to be here.
Thanks, Rashar. Michael, we'll go back to you for a 30-second follow-up.
All right, well, expanding upon what Rashar was saying, the pay is an important thing. We need to be able to make sure that they're paid adequately and appropriately, and we want to make this an appealing place to live for our police officers. But the question isn't why are they not, well, the question is why are they not being paid competitively what can we do to better distribute the funds in that.
Thanks, Michael. Billy, 30 seconds for you.
I have none.
Thank you.
All right. Next question. How will you work to ensure that all of your constituents are consistently receiving city services, including fire and police, regardless of where they live in Ward 5? Michael, we'll start with you.
Well, the first thing that needs to happen is they need to let us know that there's a problem. As soon as we find out there's a problem, and depending on what that problem is, we need to address it. City manager is our liaison with city staff. The city manager will work with us to find out what needs to happen to get these people the services that they need.
Thank you. Billy, same question to you. How will you work to ensure that all of your constituents are consistently receiving city services, including fire and police, regardless of where they live in Ward 5?
Well, encourage everybody to report their needs, first of all, and keeping an open line of communication with the residents, I think, is important. Meet regularly, openly, and always be able to receive their input when it comes to services, especially emergency services.
Thank you. Rashard, same question to you.
You know, so I've been planning to have bi-weekly town halls, either in person or via Zoom, and even go as far as to create an ad hoc citizens group where Ward 5 residents can get together once a month and talk about these issues here, and then bring those issues to me, and then I can address them at city council level and vice versa. I think the biggest problem is that they don't know who to talk to, they don't know who to call, or sometimes they get a little stonewalled sometimes if they don't get the answer they're looking for. So that's what I see myself, is that conduit where if they have an issue, they can come and talk to me if they can't get it resolved, and I can go ahead and find the answer. And sometimes I have to tell them that, you know, this is the answer. So everyone has their wants and needs. We just have to make sure that they vocalize it in the most efficient manner. And like I said, the bi-weekly town halls via Zoom or telephone calls or the citizens ad hoc group, this is the communication is paramount with me, and that's what I do. So.
Thank you. 30 seconds. Follow up, anybody? You go right ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, sometimes the people don't know who to go to or where to turn when they have a problem that needs to be solved. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to spend, maybe take about $5,000 probably to send mailers out to every person or every resident in the ward to let them know who their council member is, what they can help them with, so that everybody has the word on who to turn to when they have a problem.
Billy?
I believe to address the issue of, like Mr. Nash is saying, who do we contact? I think I would, step one, encourage all the local small businesses out there. You know, Ward 5 is a mostly rural area, but we have a lot of convenience stores and small shops spread out around there. So if you had some sort of postage or signage inside the store to let you know who your councilman is and how to contact him, I think that'd go a long way and open the doors of communication.
Thank you. Rashard?
You know, the biggest thing that I've been asked is, you know, they don't know who to talk to. And I think it's a good idea that we show who their council person is and how to contact them. You know, so when I'm talking to hundreds of folks in Ward 5, that's one of the biggest complaints, is that there's no one to ask the question to. There's no transparency and accountability when they have these issues, and they're getting frustrated, all right? And so they're wanting to communicate with us, and like I said, the bi-weekly town halls, and maybe it might be a good idea to spend that much money to go out and mail out, you know, this is who we are, but to fill in the gaps with issues like stormwater or the water well drilling out there, people's minds they run wild sometimes if they don't have.
Thank you.
All right, Billy, we'll start with you on this question. What is your approach to public health in a pandemic?
Well, in a pandemic time, like much what we're going through, businesses, they don't want to be a known source of COVID-19. People are aware of the dangers of being out in public as far as, you know, getting infected. I believe encouraging them to follow the guidelines by people that are far smarter than us is, you know, that's the best practice. I'm not sure that, I really don't get behind the mandates, because the mandates come out and they become divisive. So many people are offended that, you know, a group of people act like we know what's best for them. Well, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. So I think if we encourage people to be safe and take precautions, that they will. You know, I trust the people and I trust the small businesses around here.
Thank you. Rashar, what is your approach to public health during a pandemic?
I think we can all agree that this is a serious matter for us to always have in forefront and think about how to protect ourselves. And I think for the most part, most Normanites have done a great job at voluntarily wearing masks and social distancing here. I think where the pushback comes from is when things are mandated, you know, what you can do, where you can do it, how many people you can have at your residence at one time without the requirements to wear a mask. And I think people push back naturally here. I think the way we are as a small town, they will take care of themselves and make sure that their neighbors are taken care of. And I wear a mask all the time, okay? So I have no problem with it. If I'm out, I don't want to get sick, and I surely don't want to get anybody else sick here. I just think sometimes the city council has to look at how they word things and make sure they're not too draconian in how they enforce it. Most people will comply if you ask them nicely.
Thank you. Michael, what is your approach to public health in a pandemic?
Well, I have supported and will continue to support mask mandates. And that is not only just for myself, but when we think of the small businesses and the person that's got to work at the cash register or work behind the desk to attend people that come in and out all day, we may go in and pop out in 10 minutes. That person has to sit there for 8 hours a day while people are coming in and going out. They're put at a tremendous risk when people aren't wearing masks. And the good thing about a mask mandate is that that person working there behind the counter can then point to the mask mandate and say, this is why you need to put on a mask. Please leave if you don't have one on. That way they don't have to alienate their customer by telling them or by treating it like it's a political thing and telling them that we don't want you to come in here because you're not wearing a mask. Let the city take the blame for it, point to the ordinance, say this is why you need to put on a mask.
Thank you. Billy, you have 30 seconds for a follow-up.
I would just continue on to say that, you know, I don't see any real data out there that says that Norman is any better off or worse off than neighboring communities that don't have the mandates. So are the mandates really making us safer and reducing the spread of COVID? I'm not sure there's any data to support that, but I have no problem wearing a mask. Anytime I go into a business and they want me to wear a mask, most people politely say, okay, no problem. It's just when you say it's a mandate, do people get standoffish? And
Rashard, 30 seconds for a follow-up.
Like I said, people naturally are adverse to being told what to do when their mind says this does not make any sense. And like I said, we need to make sure that what we do and put out makes sense. And it's fair and equitable here. We don't want to put a thumb on people or the specter of the police coming out to rescue to arrest you for something here. And I think, like I said, most Normanites and most Americans in general will want to protect each other and their neighbors and their friends and family, so they will comply.
Michael, 30 seconds for a follow-up.
Yeah, people need to understand that this is an evolving situation. This is new to the experts in epidemiology as it is to non-experts. You know, the data is going to give us a more refined picture over time. It may be difficult to see the benefit when we're just a drop of cold water in a bowl of hot water, but there is a marked difference in the spread here versus the like Moore and Noble. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one final question for all you. Putting your campaign intentions and promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member and what powers will be granted to you by the charter? Rashar, we'll start with you.
You know, this is a public service job. It's a public service position here, so there's no powers granted to us. Our job is to listen to the constituents, you know, to listen to their concerns and to address those concerns here. It's certainly not about the money. It's a servant's heart, which I've had for 20 years. I've been a staple in this community for a long time, teaching the Citizens Emergency Response Training from here to Little Axe, appealing disability claims for veterans, even helping my neighbors get storm shelters with leftover FEMA grant money. And so that's how I see myself, is to continue that public service. I've done it all my life. My parents taught me how to live and walk and talk that way here. And I think I'll be an effective council person for Ward 5 just by listening and talking and engaging with my constituents.
Thank you. Michael, same question goes to you. Putting your campaign intentions and promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member, and what powers will be granted to you by the charter?
As a council member, our role is to represent the people. When the people have problems, they need to communicate with the city. The city can't handle 127,000 phone calls coming in every day. It's difficult for an individual to handle 20,000 coming in, but that is our responsibility, is to represent the people. And if we're not in there representing the people, then they don't have any representation. And the powers the charter give me are to represent those people in the passage of legislature to improve their lives and improve our city.
Thank you. Billy, same question to you. Putting your campaign intentions and promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member, and what powers will be granted to you by the city charter?
Well, our power is to be the voice of the people we represent, and that is our privilege for running. All of us here are here to be of service to the city. You know, we believe that we're the best person to represent the people of our wards. So I believe that the most important thing that we do with all the other campaign promises set aside is to listen and be devoted and loyal to them before political or special interests.
Definitely. Thank you. And each of y'all have 30 seconds follow-up, or Shar, start with you, 30 seconds.
Well, like I said, it's a continuation of public service. I've had so much experience working across multi-jurisdictional agencies, and I just think that my qualifications make me the best for this position. I just want to make Norman, the reputation for Norman, to be the place to go to for small businesses and for young families and young professionals here. So that's what I'll work forward to, and like I said, it's about listening and communicating with my people.
Michael, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'd like to highlight those last words, representing our people. Our people should be the people of Ward 5, not the people outside of Ward 5, not people outside of the city. It's the people of Ward 5 that matter the most.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Billy?
I'll just concur. It's the people that matter.
Definitely.
All right, thank you guys all for being here. We really appreciate your time. We know folks at home do too. Just like you had an opening statement, we'll have 1 minute for each of you to give a closing statement. Michael, we'll start with you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the opportunity to come out here and discuss some of our positions on some of the main issues in the city and in the ward. My wife kept telling me today before I left to smile, and I'm trying, but you know, I represent people of Ward 5, and right now the people of Ward 5 are not smiling. They're upset about the direction our town's going. They're upset about their ward, how they're often overlooked, exploited, and how people are coming in to take their water, their land. And it's hard to smile when so much is on the line and so much is at stake. And I hope to continue to represent the people to reverse some of these issues.
Thank you, Michael. Bill, you have 1 minute for a closing statement.
Well, my name is Billy Davison, and like many of you, I have been fed up with the way politics and special interest groups has affected the leadership of City Council. So I step it up. I want to be a representative of the people, for the people. I am standing here on my own. I'm not backed by any special interest groups or any political groups. I am self-funded, and I am standing here to be a representative for the people, to answer only to the people.
Thank you, Billy. Rashar, you have 1 minute for a closing statement.
Yeah, I want to thank the Transcript for holding this, and I want to thank these two gentlemen for being here. It takes a lot of guts to come out here and do this, you know, so I didn't raise my hand for any fame or anything like that. I just wanted to continue serving my ward in my city. And I'll be a champion for Ward 5. You know, I talked to hundreds of people in the last, last month and a half here, and they've always told me the same thing. The theme is public safety. You know, what are you going to do about public safety? What are you going to do about Norman? What's your plan for growth? And again, increasing sales tax revenue and making Norman the #1 draw in the area here. If we're going to grow and grow into the future, we have to have the people to do that with. And just like myself and my daughters, if we can establish roots here and bring those people in, bring good paying jobs in, you know, this is what I want to do because it works and helps Ward 5 out as well as all of Norman.
Thanks so much to all three of you for being here with us tonight. We appreciate your time so much. We will get started with Ward 7 here in just a few minutes. But for now, thank you guys. Have a great night.
First off, I want to thank everyone back at home watching. We are now at our Ward 7 debate. This is the final debate of the night. We are joined today by C.L. Jordan, Monica Marsh, and Stephen Tyler Holman. Real quick, just to go over the rules again. Each candidate will be allowed 1 minute for an opening statement, and then after that, it will be 1 minute per question, and a 30-second follow-up to follow up with. After all the candidates are over, you get 30 seconds to follow up on anything. No personal attacks. We haven't had any problems with that in the past wards. Also, just masks must be worn at all times. And the questions are mostly from us at the transcript, and then there are some mixed in questions from candidates in your, or constituents in your ward that have submitted questions to us. So without further ado, let's get started with opening statements. CL, we'll start with you. 1 minute for an opening statement.
Thank you. My name is CL Jordan. I'm running for Ward 7 as councilman there. I'm running to be a great agent of change. I want to be a great agent of positive change. I came to Norman in 2012 as a freshman at the University of Oklahoma. And I fell in love with the inclusivity of Norman. I fell in love with the people and the town and all its great resources that it has. I'm running to serve my community, to be the best, to use the best of my abilities, and I always want to speak from the heart. And I feel that our city has had a large political divide, and I want to end that. If elected, I want to bring healing to our community. With years' experience in public service, helping others no matter what, I want to bring efficiency to our city and bring us back together. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica, 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Monica Marsh, and I have lived here for 14 years. I started a business here, and I've had it for over 11 years now. I've also been raising my kids here since the beginning. They are in high school now. This community is very important to me. I love it here. I've lived in other places, and this is where I decided to call home. My goal is to bring Norman back to, where it used to be before all the chaos and the division happened. I want to be a voice for all people, not just one side or the other, but I think that, and I said this before, that we do have overlapping values, and I think that we need to focus on those so that everyone feels like they have a voice and not just select groups.
Thank you. Stephen, 1 minute.
Thank you. I appreciate the Transcript hosting us. I appreciate CL and Monica for being here tonight, and all the other candidates from the other wards as well, giving us this opportunity. I grew up in Norman, as many folks know, fourth generation. Lived here for 32 out of my 36 years, and went to Kennedy, Irving, and Norman High, and was first elected to City Council in 2013. I first ran in 2011, got into a runoff election and lost by 21 votes. So I ran 2 years later and won by 28 votes. So service to Norman has been a passion of mine since I was young, and having the opportunity to serve in this position and work to solve problems for everyday people has been something that's really motivated me in this position. And my experience and knowledge on the council that I've gained over the years is one of the main reasons I decided to run again.
Thank you. Monica, we're going to start with you. What is your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? You have 1 minute.
Well, as far as how to pay for it, honestly, it would have to be a matter of revenue and the budget, which has to be looked at before we can make those kinds of decisions. I feel like the ward in particular is the same issue that we're having right now. It's the biggest issue, period. A lot of people are not seeing eye to eye, and I think that we need to start focusing on giving a positive attitude just to the city at large. So to me, that's really the priority, and I don't think it costs any money. I think it's more talking to people and opening up some dialogue, because I think that a lot of this is misinformation.
Thank you. Stephen, to you, what is the specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? You have 1 minute.
Well, in terms of cost and things like that, the biggest issue in the ward is stormwater related. It has to do with the intersection of Lindsay and Elm Street. It is the number 5 actually identified top project in our stormwater master plan. And the intersection of Lindsay and Elm is often used in newsreels by all the local media. Anytime it rains heavily and there's flooding, they use stock footage of that intersection every time. Thankfully, though, we don't have a stormwater utility to address it, but we were thankfully able to combine a stormwater solution with a road improvement project that we put before voters in April 2019, along with 19 other projects. Voters approved that by over 70%, and we do now have a funded project to address that number 1 infrastructure problem in Ward 7. And I would agree that with issues of division and trust, those don't cost money, and we can work together.
Thank you. CL, to you. What's your specific plan to address the biggest issue in your ward, and how will you pay for it? 1 minute.
Thank you. I've spoken with hundreds of citizens through this campaign, and I've gotten many responses, and I've broken them down into 2 priorities. The first being socioeconomic, and the second being a health and wellness plan, or issues. With the socioeconomic, we have a down economy that citizens are worried about. They're worried about not being able to pay their bills. They're worried about not being able to pay their rent. We look at our current attitude towards new businesses. That is a huge priority when we look at our ward and we look at the rest of Norman. We have a large political divide, and that wraps up all the socioeconomic issues, and we move on to public health. Public health, we need to worry about the health and well-being of our citizens, our families, our children, and not only that, but the homeless people that we need to restore dignity to. As far as like paying for those things like parks and stormwater management, we need to increase revenue by encouraging economic growth, reallocation of the budget after a budget analysis and logistical analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll open the floor. 30 seconds for any kind of follow-up, rebuttal that you'd like to do. We'll start with Monica. 30 seconds.
I agree that we do need to be more business friendly. I think that's going to solve a lot of the problems that we have here in Norman.
Thank you. Mr. Holman?
Thank you. I would add, too, that public transportation is a real issue in Ward 7. Ever since OU discontinued their operation of the overall system, it's left certain areas of Ward 7 without public transit service at all when OU is not in session. And we have growing areas south of Highway 9 where the largest population of Ward 7 lives, and we don't have a bus route access down there yet either. So that's another big challenge that the city council has got to address, is how are we going to get that service to those areas?
Thank you. CL, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I would like to bring more emphasis to the rising homelessness issue here in Norman. It is affecting not only our infrastructure, but our public health. That is something that we need to really take care of and bring the dignity back to the people here of Norman. Thank you.
All right. On to the next question. When the council starts the budgeting process, what budget areas are your priorities for your ward? Mr. Holman, we'll start with you. 1 minute.
Budget priorities for Ward 7 are generally infrastructure related. That's what we get the most contact from residents on a general basis, is about infrastructure issues, whether it be sidewalks, whether it be stormwater drainage, whether it be traffic related. So looking at things like that, one of the initiatives I've really pushed for the last couple of years is directing funding to complete all the railroad crossings in Norman that do not have pedestrian crossings. There's 2 in Ward 7. They're the last 2 in the entire city, in the urban area at least, that do not have pedestrian crossings. And we've been able to successfully get funding to get those projects done, working with the BNSF Railroad. So infrastructure related is a lot of what the funding is specifically for Ward 7, but for the city as a whole, public safety, when it comes to fire and emergency response, is the biggest part of our budget. Almost 50% of our budget is police and fire department as far as the expenditures of the city.
Mr. Jordan, same question for you. When the council starts the budgeting process, what budget areas are your priority for Ward 7?
I think we need to keep in mind that the numbers on the sheet, there are people behind those numbers. So we need to look at how it's impacting the families, how it's impacting the children. We look at the infrastructure of upgrading our public rec centers, the support of our citizens, families, and children's, and their health and athletic journeys. This will also drive businesses, this will drive business into Norman by welcoming people from out of town. We also need to equally focus on the health and well-being of our citizens, and I would like to harp back to our homeless issue here in Norman. It's rising every single day. We need to be looking at infrastructure to support these people and to get them help, because we do need to bring back dignity to these people, because they are people just like you and me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marsh, same question goes to you. When the council starts the budgeting process, what budget areas are your priorities for your ward?
I would say it's public safety. Our ward has a lot of officers, and we can see how the budget has greatly impacted them. And after talking to them, not only do they feel like they're underpaid, but also they don't have proper equipment to do their job. They don't have it, they don't have the funding, and it's really unfortunate that we're not taking care of the cops who are there to help and protect our community.
Thank you. Now, 30 seconds, follow-up, rebuttal. Mr. Holman, 30 seconds.
Sure. I would just note that we do have, a public safety sales tax that's approved by voters and generates over $10 million a year that goes directly to the police department. The police department does have a budget of over $30 million. It's the largest budget in the entire city by a lot. It's 27% of the city's overall budget expenditures. But I agree, public safety, all services of the city really are things that we have to be making sure that we are providing to the residents in Norman.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, 30 seconds.
I would also like to highlight public safety here. Now, I know that we do have a large portion of our budget does go to that, but I think we need to be looking how we can effectively use it and making sure that our officers are safe and that our first responders are safe and that we're responding to calls and issues effectively, logistically, without increasing ambulatory time. Thank you.
Ms. Marsh?
In addition to what Mr. Jordan is saying, I also feel like, again, their morale is down after the June meeting. So, and they're having to go to these offices that are not well kept, and no one should have to work in those conditions. I mean, they can smell sewage from my understanding, from what I've heard of them speaking, so.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Jordan, we'll start with you on this question. What are your feelings on how the current council has spent the last round of CARES Act funding, and what are your priorities to spend the next round of funding?
Thank you. I don't believe my feelings are that important. What I care about is the facts and what the CARES Act funding is for. The CARES Act is to cover costs directly related to COVID-19 and to make sure that it goes to the maximum effort, and that relies on healthcare systems management and logistics to helping people solve this issue. We're talking about helping with funding, helping with testing, helping with vaccines. We're talking about our attitude needs to change and making sure that we are purposely looking at how we can affect COVID-19. We also need to look at how we're helping our small businesses, how we're making sure that employees are making sure that they can pay their bills, making sure that they can make sure that their rent is paid. We need to make sure that we're taking care of our community and acting together. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marsh, same question to you. What are your feelings on how the current council has spent the last round of CARES Act funding, and what would be your priorities to spend the future round of CARES Act funding?
I thought it was unfortunate that COVID money went to other projects that were not COVID related. The way I would have done it would be reinvesting in our own community by taking care of our small businesses. They did struggle. I saw that firsthand, not just with my own business, but surrounding businesses and the whole profession and industry as a whole. And then being a part of the pandemic unemployment and seeing how that turned out, these people are still struggling. Some never even saw that relief from unemployment. So not only did they not get unemployment to carry them through in their personal lives, but their businesses didn't get any relief either. I am glad that, the additional $2 million were put towards that. I just feel like it took longer than it should have.
Mr. Holman, as an incumbent, I'm going to change the question a little bit. If you were to do it over again, or if anything, what would you change about how you spent the last round of CARES Act funding? And what would be your priority going forward for the next round of CARES Act funding?
Sure. Using it the way we did was not initially, something I thought of, but I was compelled by the arguments in favor of using it this way, and for a couple reasons. Not only a senior health and wellness center that will help our community recover from COVID, but government infrastructure projects have a history of being able to help stimulate the local economy in an economic downturn. So building this facility is going to take workers, it's going to take materials, and it's going to take 1.5 years to build it. So those are things we felt like were positive, and because of the nature of it, a health and wellness center, we did feel like it was appropriate. And after hearing feedback from Ward 7 residents, I did feel that that was the right thing to do. With the money that we've allocated, the $3 million total for small business relief, we were able to help nearly 300 businesses, and those 300 were the bulk of all the businesses that were least likely to be able to get help by other means. And so we think we've really been able to help the meat of the people in our community.
Thank you. Now, 30-second follow-up rebuttal. Mr. Jordan, we'll start with you. 30 seconds.
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Marsh?
It's
All right. Mr. Holman? All right, next question. Looking at the current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies? Ms. Marsh, we'll start with you. 1 minute.
I mean, I'm going to be very honest, and I think that we need to speak to them specifically for that. I don't know what policy changes must be done for them to run better. I think we have a great police force. I think that we have very motivated officers that want to serve and protect. So I would have to sit down and talk to them and see what it is that they need to improve their force.
Definitely. Mr. Holman, same question to you. Looking at the current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies?
I think one thing that many of us really care about is mental health and crisis response. And one of my things about the police department is, in the United States in general, over the last several decades, as a society, we have continued to place a higher burden on the police department to respond to really all of the problems that we have as a society. We want them to be a counselor and a teacher and a law enforcer and a parent, and all those things. It can be very difficult for an individual to take all of that on, and we need to do a better job of addressing not only mental health in our police department, but crisis response. How are we responding to crisis in our community? And does every single call of the 99,000 calls for service last year for MPD, does every single one of them require a police officer to respond? If a police officer responds, there is a possibility that that situation could get escalated into a situation none of us want to see happen here.
Mr. Jordan, same question to you. Looking at the current police force in Norman, what, if any, changes would you make to the Norman Police Department and its policies?
Thank you. I think firstly, if we want to make changes to a sector of Norman, we need to listen to that sector. We need to listen to the police, we need to listen to the citizens. I'm not a police officer, but I do work in community health, and I do work with the community. And I believe that change is good, and I think that our attitude needs to change towards public safety. Whereas I support the police and the good jobs that they do, I think that we need to help with quality of service. And that means maybe issuing a plan instead of just saying, these are my thoughts and feelings on it. We need to talk about what we're going to do. And what I'm going to do is talk about medical response teams to issue to low-level incidents. This is a plan in place that's been put in several cities that works very well. We talk about the lower rates of death after incident with police officers, but also police officers effectively responding to high-level events effectively because they are not restrained by these petty little things that people are calling about. Thank you.
Thank you. 30-second follow-up rebuttal. If anything, Ms. Marsh, we start with you.
Well, just to address the comment that Mr. Holman made is, I think it gives little confidence when you say an officer might escalate a situation. When I was talking with the FOP, they do have certain, people that are better for certain jobs than others, and so it's kind of like anything. Every profession specializes in a certain area, and that's how they're effectively able to work in certain situations. So I think that kind of uses a little bit of mistrust or
Thank you. Mr. Holman, 30 seconds.
Sure. I would just note that I didn't say an officer could cause an escalation. I said that responding with an officer could lead to an escalation. Just by the mere fact of the uniform, the gun could cause a situation to escalate unnecessarily, in my opinion. So it might not have anything to do with the officer at all. They might be the best trained, they might be the nicest, the calmest, but in some situations, the mere presence and visual appearance of their uniform could.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would like to point back to my higher quality of response teams. I think that with more training should come with a higher quality of life. If you're putting in the work to make our city better, we should be looking at raising salaries and benefits for the people who do work hard for our community, and not just specifically with police budget, but everyone who works for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. What are your goals or planned improvements for the council's relationship with the University of Oklahoma? Mr. Holman, we'll start with you.
Well, a lot of it has to do with infrastructure. We have a lot of potential and ability to form relationships with the university when it comes to the infrastructure that's around the university. It impacts Norman residents, it impacts students that live on campus, that travel to campus as well. Working with them in a way that can also help the neighborhoods around the campus area have a little bit more comfort about the future of their areas. One of the biggest concerns in Ward 7 and Ward 4 has always been, is the university going to buy a piece of property or several properties and tear down houses and build a parking lot? And some people have a real adversarial viewpoint because of some of that that's happened in the past. The university now, in my opinion, is doing a much better job of communicating with the city and the city council about plans they have like this, so that we can work with our neighbors and the people that we represent, so that people understand what is going on and have an opportunity to give feedback when there was.
Question to you. What are your goals and plans to help the relationship with the University of Oklahoma?
Thank you. Whereas I do believe the infrastructure that Mr. Holman brought up is very important, I think we also need to focus on a cultural identity here in Norman. We have a very large group of, diverse group here at the University of Oklahoma, and that's not just with the students, but with the faculty. And we think we do need to celebrate them and know that they are welcome here in our city, and that's just not the case sometimes. I think a big part of why I stayed is that I found a group of people that loved me for me, and I think that we need to do that with every single person that comes here from around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marsh, same question to you. What are your goals or planned improvements for the council's relationship with the university?
I think that we have to understand that OU is a very important part of our community. It's centered around our community, and they're able to provide jobs for our young professionals, and that's how we can retain a lot of these young professionals, is by improving our relationship with the school. We need to start working on them on how to get these, businesses that offer these jobs for college level students or students that have graduated, rather than them just leaving once they're done.
All right, 30 seconds. Follow-up or rebuttal? Mr. Holman, we can start with you. 30 seconds.
One of the big initiatives I've really cared about over the years is trying to get students at university more involved in the city government process, and especially voting in local elections, coming to City Hall, giving a voice. A lot of students don't feel like, well, I'm not from Norman, I might only be here for a couple years, the city probably doesn't care what I think. But in my opinion, we absolutely do care, because the university is our biggest employer, and the number of students that come here every year and live in our community for 4 or 5, 6, 7 years.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'd also like to point what Mrs. Marsh said about growing businesses with the bright students here at the University of Oklahoma. After they leave, that we should encourage an entrepreneurial spirit and ecosystem here for them. We do support them when they're here as students, and we should support them here if they would like to be business leaders as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marsh, you good? All right, next question. What is your approach to public health in a pandemic? Mr. Jordan, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Well, as someone who works in public health, this is one of those things where I have to say you have to listen to science. You have to listen to the people who have dedicated their lives to making sure that everyone is safe. More importantly, I think we need accountability. I'm not perfect. I never claim to be perfect. And I think that when citizens and public health officials let me know when I need to do better, and when you know better, you do better. And I think that's a big thing that we need to look at when we look at the city of Norman and the public health. With COVID-19, it's been new. They call it the novel coronavirus for a reason. It's kind of flipped all of us on its head. And I think that we need to take everything in stride and do the best that we can every single day to protect ourselves and our neighbors, and make sure that we're loving our neighbors with ourselves with preventative measures. Thank you.
Ms. Marsh, same question to you. What is your approach to public health in a pandemic?
Well, clearly safety is important, and I think that everyone should put precautionary measures when they have a business and beef them up even if that's what it takes to stay open. In regards to, you know, individuals, I do feel like everyone is adult, and there's arguments and counter arguments always made that people nowadays don't even know what to believe. So I think that we're all adults, and I think we all have different circumstances. So be respectful of your neighbors and be aware of what it is that they need and communicate, but taking the freedom of choice is, I think it can be I just don't believe in governing people's personal behaviors to a full extent, like mandates.
Thank you. Mr. Holman, what is your approach to public health in a pandemic?
Well, protecting the health, safety, and well-being is part of the oath that I took to this office. And in this pandemic, the City Council has been advised by Dr. Kate Cook of Norman Regional, Dr. Gary Raskob of the State Medical Association, and Dr. Dale Bratzler of OU Medicine multiple times. And all the decisions the council has made has been based on their professional opinion along with the feedback that we've received from residents. The feedback I received from Ward 7 residents was overwhelmingly in support of the measures that we've taken in regard to masks. I personally don't like the masks. I can't wait till we can get over this and stop having to wear them. And I do not like you having to use the power of the government to force people to do anything. But when given the advice that we've been given and given the feedback that we've been given by residents, I do feel that the actions that the council has taken have been appropriate, and that's why I've supported them.
Thank you. 30-second follow-up or rebuttal. Mr. Jordan, we can start with you.
I'd just like to say that I understand that there is some misinformation about COVID-19. There is some misinformation about masks, but I do believe they help. As someone who works in hospitals very often, I'm popping into different ones. They protect everyone in the hospital. When you walk through a NICU floor, you have to wear a mask. When you walk through the hospital anytime, you're supposed to wear a mask. And that's protect you and protect others. And I think that it can also protect the people here in Norman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marsh, 30 seconds. All right. Mr. Holman?
One brief thing is, a point I always try to get across to folks about the mask is that the real intent of it has been to slow down the spread of COVID-19 so that our healthcare system does not get overwhelmed by it. And so that's been the approach and the advice that the council's been given is, we know this isn't going to stop it. This is not a solution to COVID, but it can slow down the spread of it to a point that we can manage it and not get overwhelmed.
All right. Next question. How will you work on council with people you've outwardly and politically opposed in the past, and how do you plan to keep partisan views off the dais? Ms. Marsh, we'll start with you.
Well, that's actually something I'm really good at. I hate extremes. I cannot go with either one, which is perfect because I believe that that's what we need. We can't lean on one way or the other because once we do that, we start representing the people one way or another. And what we want to do is represent all the people as best as we can. I have reached across the aisle and I have worked with people, once again, this pandemic unemployment stuff. Jacob Rosekrantz and I worked together, and I'm so thankful for him because he's the one that kind of took it under his wing once I did what I did, and Senator Mary Boren as well. Amazing people. We don't see eye to eye politically, but we can work together for the best we can do for the people.
Thank you. Mr. Holman, same question to you. How will you work on the council with people you've outwardly and politically opposed in the past, and how do you plan to keep partisan views off the dais?
Well, in my time on council, I've had the opportunity to work with 27 different council members. I've sat next to 5 council members on my left, and I've sat next to 5 council members on my right. I've worked with 3 different mayors as well, and I can assure you, out of that entire group of people, not all of us agreed on a lot of things. But once you're in this position and you're sitting up here with the other 8 members, you learn real quickly that you guys have to work together. The general operations of the city and providing services and getting answers for people that have problems, the partisan stuff between each other really kind of fades away And the difference is when you start thinking, well, we're all trying to do what's best for the city of Norman in our different areas, but overall, we're trying to do what's best, and we have to work together if we're going to accomplish any policy. No one council member, it takes at least 4 others if you want to do anything. So you have to be able to work with others, and it's definitely people.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, same question to you. How will you work on the council with people you've outwardly and politically opposed in the past, and how do you plan to keep political bias off the dais?
Thank you. I think one of the things that makes Norman great is the due diligence to respect others and not bring hate into our great city. I meet and serve people every day that I do not agree with. I even caught flack during this campaign with meeting with people that I don't agree with and that my base doesn't agree with. But what's important is that I talk with everybody in a respectful manner, in a civil manner, to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. And I think when we talk about partisanship and what the council does and doesn't do, I think we really need to look at, are we being respectful, are we doing hard work, and are we doing our due diligence? Thank you.
All right. 30-second follow-up rebuttal. Ms. Marsh, we can start with you.
I think it's also important to keep the focus on Norman issues and not what's happening on a national level.
Mr. Holman? Yeah. Mr. Jordan? Okay. Final question of the night. Put your campaign intentions or promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member, and what powers will be granted to you by the charter?
I think one of the biggest roles is to be a listener, communicator, and a conduit. The city is very diverse. The city holds a great amount of people with a lot of different thoughts. One of the biggest things that I can do is sit down and talk with everybody. And I've made that my point this entire campaign. I've made that my point pretty much in everything that I do in my life. I want to sit down and I want to listen to everybody talk. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your opinions. And then with that, we need to have action that is based on fact and is based on reason. The biggest part about being a city council member to me and what I will do is to effectively communicate and to educate. I will take information in and I will give information out as transparent as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marsh, same question to you. Put your campaign intentions or promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member, and what powers will be granted to you by the city charter?
I don't think that the city charter is granting me any powers. I think that the people have the power, and that it's my job to listen to them and give that power to them.
Thank you. Mr. Holman, same question to you. Putting your campaign intentions or promises aside, what is your primary role as a council member, and what powers are granted to you from the charter?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Listening and serving the people of Norman is what this job is all about. And when people call you with an issue, don't ask, well, what party are you from, or who did you vote for? Did you support me in the last election? No, this problem exists. My debris needs to get picked up, or there's a crack in the sidewalk and my mom's going to trip over it. Those types of issues know no political bounds in my experience. And listening to those things indiscriminately and responding with answers to people. The only power the charter gives me is a vote up here to decide policy, to decide what development issues can occur. But it gives me the ability, puts me in a position that I can ask questions and get answers that may be more difficult for the average person to get. And so that's our responsibility, is to get the information and do our best to make sure that we are disseminating that information and taking.
Thank you. 30-second follow-up rebuttal. Mr. Jordan, we can start with you.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to what Mr. Holman said, I think that the service of the job is the biggest part, and I think it's actually the biggest power. I know that this job doesn't have an identity. The charter doesn't grant you any magical power, but what it does is that people look to you to lead and people look to you to serve. And I think that I want to sit here and I want to say to you that I will serve in the most respectful and passionate way when it comes to the city of Norman and its constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marsh?
I do want to add that because I've never thought I'd be doing something like this. I don't pretend to be an expert in any way or know any of the answers. My plan to counteract that is to get with people that do have the answers or do have good experience and knowledge so that I can do the best job that I can.
Thank you. Mr. Holman?
I absolutely agree with comments made by Monica and Chris and CL.
Thank you. Well, we want to thank all of y'all for being here, answering our questions. At this time, we would like to give each of you 1 minute to give us a closing statement. Ms. Marsh, we'll start with you. 1 minute closing statement.
I don't know that I really have one. I'm just, thank you. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, both of you, for, being here with me. It's not an easy process. It's not something I thought I would be doing, but I'm glad to do it. And I think that I want to do the best that I can if elected.
Mr. Holman?
Thank you again to the Transcript for hosting us and everybody that watching at home and everybody that came out tonight. Thank you, CL and Monica, for being here and participating and again stepping up to do this in a pandemic in the addition of all the other difficult things the City Council does on a regular basis, stepping up to take this position with all the stuff that we're dealing with right now is very admirable, regardless of what happens on Tuesday. And in light of that, regardless of what happens on Tuesday, there's a lot of issues that are going to have to be solved in the city of Norman, and people are going to have to work together to do it. And so I just want to encourage everybody to make sure you get out and vote. Early voting tomorrow and Friday, and then in person on Tuesday. In these local elections, it's where your vote matters the most. Your local government is the closest to you. You don't have to go through a secretary or a whole thing to get to your council member. You can just call their cell phone usually. So it's the closest to you. It's where you have the most impact, and every vote can really make the difference in these elections.
Mr. Jordan, 1 minute.
Thank you. I would like to thank Mrs. Marsh and Mr. Holman today. I believe what we're doing is one of the great things of democracy. I also want to thank City Hall for opening up for us for this, and I also like to thank the incredible journalists that you guys are here at the Transcript. And mostly I would like to thank my parents. They've always taught me to do what's right. They always taught me to put the best foot forward, and that's what I want to do with this city. I want to serve the great people here. I want to educate. I want to be educated, and I want to work hard. I want to roll up my sleeves. I want to put my head down, and I want to work hard for the city of Norman. And no matter what happens, after February 9th, I will always continue to do that respectfully for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. To everyone watching at home, early voting starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the Cleveland County Fairgrounds until 6 p.m. It will also continue on Friday at the same time, and then Tuesday at your polling locations. So get out and vote, and best of luck to all the candidates, and thank you all for tuning in and joining us. Appreciate it.